The hour of convening having arrived, all members of this house will please report to the floor of the house, the gallery in room 341. All members will report to work. The clerk will ring the bell. All members will report to the floor and take seats. We're about to have the morning roll call. We're going to have the morning roll call now. All members present will please answer yes or here loudly to signify their presence. Other members will remain silent so the clerk's office may hear the responses, and the clerk will unlock the machines and call the roll.
Alexander, Nullowitz, Barr, Barton, Belton, Benton, Bennett, Bentley, Beverly, Blackman, Bodie, Bruce, Burns, Carpenter, Carson, Chokas, Clark H., Collins, Cooper, Corbett, Dempsey, Dickey, Dollar, Drenner, Dubnik, Evstration, England, Irwin, Fleming, Fry, Gaines, Gardner, Glanton, Gravely, Harrell, Hatchett, Hawkins, Hitchens, Holcomb, Holmes, Houston, Hughley, Jackson M., Jaspers, Jones J., Kelly, Kendrick, Knight, LaHood, Laricchia, Lumsden, Martin, Mathiak, McCall, Morris G., Newton, Nix, Oliver, Parrish, Parsons, Petrie, Perkle, Powell, Reeves, Rhodes, Rich, Ridley, Rutledge, Scoggins, Setzler, Silcox, Smith L., Smith R., Smith V., Smyrie, Stevens R., Tankersley, Tanner, Tarvin, Taylor, Thomas E., Trammell, Washburn, Watson, Welch, Werkheiser, Wiedauer, Williams A., Williamson, Yerda, Allen, Bazemore, Bernau, Cannon, Carter, Clark D., Clark J., Cook, Davis, Douglas, Dreyer, Donahue, Earhart, Evans, Frazier, Gilligan, Gertler, Henson, Hill, Hogan, Holland, Holly, Hobson, Howard, Hutchinson, Jackson D., Jones S., Jones T., Jones V., Couch, Kennard, Lopez Romero, Marin, McLean, McLaurin, McLeod, Meeks, Mitchell, Moore B., Moore C., Morris M., Nelson, Wen, Paris, Prince, Pullen, Robichaux, Saints, Schofield, Scott, Shannon, Sharper, Smith M, Stevens M, Stevenson, Thomas A.M., Turner, Walensky, Wilkerson, Williams M.F., Williams N., Wilson, Beasley Teague,
Here,
Bonner,
here,
Buckner,
here,
Chet,
here,
Caldwell,
here,
Campbell,
here,
Cantrell,
here,
Dickerson,
here,
Dukes,
here,
Gamble,
here,
Gilliard,
here,
Gordon,
here,
Green,
here,
Gullett,
here,
Jones J.B.,
here,
Kirby,
here,
Lott, Mathis, Metz,
here,
Momtahan,
here,
Park,
here,
Pruitt, Rogers,
here,
Singleton,
here,
Stovall,
here,
Williams R.,
here,
Anulowitz, Bodie, Carpenter, Clark J., Dreyer, Fleming, Hatchett, Holly, Hughley, Hutchinson, Jones T., Jones V., Knight, Lott, Wen,
here,
Prince, Pruitt, Thomas A.M., Welch, Williams M.F., Williamson.
Members will look at the board and make sure that it accurately represents. We got one coming in here, Representative Hutchinson. Any others? Mr. Clerk, you may lock the machines. Doorkeepers will close the doors and keep them closed. Well, good morning. Let's have a good day today. What do y'all say? Legislative Day 37. Before we have our devotion, I would like to ask that you again remember Leisha Johnson in the Speaker's office and her husband Carl. He begins the next phase of his healing today at Emory, and I know they so appreciate the thoughts and prayers that have been offered up, and I'd ask you to continue to hold them close in your hearts and lift them up in prayer. We will begin our day with scripture reading and prayer by the chaplain, after which we will pledge allegiance to the flag of our country. Our chaplain this morning will be introduced by the lady from the 153rd House District, Representative Hobson. Representative Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, colleagues. As you all know, in this new world we're living in right now, we are facing a lot of different changes. One of the things that has changed dramatically is sports. I'm missing ESPN like many of you are, I'm sure. I'm a football mom. I have a son who's about to start football at Duke. and two other sons that are playing. So football is very important, but it's also changed because of COVID-19. And we're not certain how the new world of sports is going to play out as we continue to figure out how we navigate through this new world. But for now, I'm excited to at least bring you something that's football related. So today it gives me great pleasure to introduce to you one of Albany's very own, former NFL player Derek Moore, who is a motivational speaker, and he's also the chaplain of the Georgia Tech football team. Derek is a graduate of Northeastern State University, where he was first team All-American in football, and he went on to play pro football with the Atlanta Falcons in 1992. He also played for the Detroit Lions and the Carolina Panthers. So, just want to give you guys something that's football related. But anyway, one of the quotes that I found in researching Mr. Moore is Derek is the very best at taking insights of his experiences as a professional football player and athlete and translating those experiences into corporate business, leadership, and team building environments to motivate and inspire audiences. So it is my prayer today that he inspires us as we go through the business of today's activities and orders. So colleagues, to present to you today the chaplain of the day, my homeboy from Albany, Georgia, Derek Moore.
Well, good morning. It gives me great pleasure to serve as chaplain of the day and address the Georgia House of Representatives. It's a real honor. I'm humbled by it. I want to thank you so tremendously for tolerating me for just 3 to 5 minutes. Thank you, the great state of Georgia. I want to thank you for all the things you do on behalf of our great state and representing us incredibly well. I will say that I enjoy bringing positive and good news even in what sometimes appear to be a bad news world. That there's still good news in a bad news world. If you look hard enough and you look close enough, typically it's several inches from our noses. But there is good news in a bad news world. I'm a Georgia boy now, inside and out. I was born and raised down in Albany, Georgia. And I even currently have a daughter who just graduated from the University of Georgia. And she'll actually be attending graduate school at the University of Georgia, God willing, this fall. Now, everywhere I go and make presentations, people ask me, as a tech man, where I've worked at Georgia Tech for more than 2 decades, they often ask me, how in the world did I allow my daughter to go to Georgia? How did my lovely wife of now 27 years and I allow our daughter to go to Athens for undergraduate studies and now graduate studies? And I often respond to that answer with, that is a classic example of what we call bad parenting. Well, she is most proud of her experiences in Athens at the University of Georgia. And kiddingly and jokingly, I say that, but I have so many outstanding friends and good pals over at the University of Georgia. And we've enjoyed her experiences. These last couple of minutes, I want to give you a South Georgia phrase to take away. And it's a phrase or a saying we say quite a bit down in South Georgia, and it's probably very prominent in other places. And it's usually when you find yourself in a tough spot. I don't know about you if you've ever found yourself to be in a tough spot or in difficult circumstances. Some people would classify it as being between a rock and a hard place, where it's difficult. And as you look into our culture currently, we have a pandemic on one hand, and we've got social unrest on another hand, and then you look around and you've got every other issue and circumstance under the sun to still deal with on an ongoing basis, and it appears to be what we call a perfect storm. A pandemic, and social unrest, and all the other issues that's not only facing our state, but also our nation and world. But I'll tell you the good news. If there was a way in it, there's a way out of it. If there was a way in this mess or this pickle that we're in, and down in South Georgia, we call that being in a pickle. You wake up in the morning and read the news, and you turn on the television and you see all of the current reports about this pandemic, and you look at the social unrest issues and social justice issues taking place all around the country and world, and you say, my God, what a perfect storm. And we stand there and I say, if there was a way in this pickle, there is a way out of it. The Bible talks about a way in these last couple of minutes. In John 14:6, the great Bible man, Jesus, according to Christendom, the Christian faith, and one in which I still firmly hang my hat, Jesus said to doubting Thomas, as he said many things to him, he said to him, as they reported, then how should we and how can we know the way out of this mess, this pickle we find ourselves in? How can we know? And Jesus said to him, he says, I am the way. I am the way. If there was a way in it, there's a way out of it. And in the grand scheme of things, he says, the only way out of this mess is through me. Because he can take an ugly mess and turn it into a beautiful mess. So here we are this morning dealing with this pickle we find ourselves in. But the good news of the morning is that we're going to get out of it. And that isn't a single day that I wake up not believing it. And if we're going to get out of it, I want to recommend two things that we consider. Because those two things will serve as our exit out of this pickle I say that we're in. And they'll prompt us to solve it. We've got to use our two ears to listen and our one brain to learn. And if we listen and learn, it provides a pathway out of even a pandemic, even social unrest, even every other challenging item on your desk. If we become people who use both of our ears to hear and use our brains to learn, we can then find the right application and action steps necessary to go forward not only as a great state, but as a great people. And I firmly believe that we are always better together than we can ever be apart. When we come together as people, reasonable, sensible human beings, we then have the possibility of discovering where the exit out of this troubling an experience that we are all dealing with and are going through. So I leave that with you to listen and to learn. And I close with my tough person quote of the morning that I tell my children, we raised them to be built for tough times and tough moments. And we say tough times don't last, but tough people do. That we will outlast even these dire circumstances that we all face and are quite honestly frightening experiences. And I challenge them with those quotes each morning. I want to read the great Navy creed. They say that for the Navy diver, that diving is the most dangerous job in the Navy. The Navy diver is not a fighting individual, but they are a salvage expert. If it's lost on the water, they find it. If it's sunk, they bring it up. If it's in the way, they move it. I don't know why anybody wants to be a Navy diver. I look at this pandemic and all of these troubles. I don't know why anybody wants to be a representative. But that's what we do. That's who we are. We welcome the challenge. We welcome the difficulty because we are built for it. And if you're built for it, we'll outlast it. We'll find a way out of it. If there was an entrance, there's an exit. And I pray and hope that we keep listening with both ears, and we keep learning with our minds, and we keep coming together as reasonable and sensible people. And I assure you, soon and very soon, unpredictably, we'll find ourselves on the other side of these extreme situations. And then I'll give you one more piece, only to wake up the next day with a few more. If you will, stand and let us pray. Father in heaven, thank you for this great morning. We've declared it to be great. It starts with us. It starts with leadership, exemplary leadership. Thank you for this great speaker of this place. Thank you for these representatives, their families, and all of the people in the great state of Georgia they represent. Thank you, oh great God, for giving us hope. We can live without a lot of things for a long time, but we can't live without hope for 1 second. And every morning we awaken, we have hope. We pray for all of those who are in even further difficult circumstances all around our state and world. But oh God, the Bible says this is the day the Lord has made. Let us rejoice in this day and let nothing take away our ability to serve and love and encourage each other in spite of even tough business decisions that we all have to undertake. May you be glorified in it. In your great name, amen. Let us turn and pledge allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Doorkeepers will unlock the doors.
I'm glad I got you to keep me straight. It's a full-time job, I know.
What an amazing message to begin today with. I told him he was an amazing man. Anybody that could be the chaplain of the Georgia Tech football team knew about tough challenges and tough times. Chair recognizes Chairman Hogan, the chair of the Committee on Information and Audits.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Information and Audits read the proceedings of the previous legislative day and found them to be correct. And furthermore, when you talk, you're only repeating what you already know. But if you listen, you may learn something new. Dalai Lama.
Excellent report, Chairman Hogan. Chairman Hogan, the chair of the Committee on Information and Audits, reports that the journal of the previous legislative day has been read and found to be correct. Is there any objection to the confirmation of the journal? The chair hears none, and the journal is confirmed. The clerk will read the resolution establishing the order of business for the day.
Mr. Burns, on number 59th, moves the following be established as the order of business during the first part of the period. Unanimous consents. Introduction of bills and resolutions. First reading and reference of House bills and resolutions. Second reading of bills and resolutions. Reports of standing committees. Third reading and passage of uncontested local bills and resolutions. First reading and reference of Senate bills and resolutions. Morning orders.
Is there any objection to the adoption of the resolution establishing the order of business for the day? The chair hears none, and the resolution is adopted. First reading of bills and resolutions. The clerk will read.
House Bill 1250 by Representative Dreyer, the 59th, Gardner, the 57th, Bernal, the 77th, Renner, the 85th, Wilkerson, the 38th, and others. Bill being entitled, an act to amend Code Section 3587 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to powers and duties of the Georgia Peace Officer Standards and Training Council.
Public Safety and Homeland Security.
That completes first readers.
Second reading of bills and resolutions. The clerk will read.
House Bill 1244 by Representative Parker of the 101st, Robichaud of the 48th, Jackson of the 128th, Fry of the 118th, Jones of the 53rd, and others. A bill relating to general provisions relative to law enforcement officers and agencies. House Bill 1245 by Representative Burchett of the 176th, a bill to create the Lanier County Building Authority. House Bill 1246 by Representative Burchett of the 176th, Corbett of the 174th, Meeks of the 178th, Zanes of the 180th, a bill to amend an act to create the Ware County Water and Sewer Authority. House Bill 1247 by Representative Clark of the 147th, Blackman of the 146th, Dickey of the 140th, Mathis of the 144th, Williams of the 148th, a bill to provide a new charter for the city of Warner Robins. House Bill 1248 by Representative Williams of the 148th, a bill to provide a new charter for the city of Cordele. House Bill 1249 by Representative Welch of the 110th, Douglas of the 78th, Hawley of the 111th, a bill to authorize Henry County, Georgia, and each municipality located within Henry County to exercise all redevelopment of their powers under the Redevelopment Powers Law. Senate Bill 506 by Senator Entrepreneur of the 45th, a bill to provide a new homestead exemption from City of Beaufort ad valorem taxes. Senate Bill 510 by Senator Tillery of the 19th, a bill to create a Board of Elections and Registration for Wheeler County. Senate Bill 517 by Senator Lucas of the 26th, a bill to provide a new charter for the city of Jeffersonville. Through second readers.
Reports of standing committees. The clerk will read.
Representative Jan Tankersley, the 160th District Chairman of the Committee on Intergovernmental Coordination Locals, submitted the following report. Mr. Speaker, your Committee on Intergovernmental Coordination Locals had under its consideration the following bills of the House and the Senate. It's instructed me to report the same back to the House with the following recommendations. House Bill 1217 do pass. House Bill 1223 do pass. House Bill 1225 do pass. House Bill 1227 do pass. House Bill 1231 do pass. House Bill 1234 do pass. Senate Bill 512 do pass. House Bill 1221 do pass. House Bill 1233 do pass. Respectfully submitted, Representative Jan Tankersley, the 160th District Chairman. Representative Chuck F. Stration, the 104th District Chairman of the Committee on Judiciary Non-Civil, submitted the following report. Mr. Speaker, your Committee on Judiciary Non-Civils had under consideration the following bill of the Senate. It has instructed me to report the same back to the House with the following recommendations. Senate Bill 320 do pass. Respectfully submitted, Representative Chuck F. Stration, the 104th District Chairman. Representative Bill Hitchens, the 161st District Chairman of the Committee on Public Safety and Homeland Security, submitted the following report. Mr. Speaker, your Committee on Public Safety and Homeland Security has had under consideration the following resolution of the House. It's instructed me to report the same back to the House with the following recommendations. House Resolution 1599 do pass by committee substitute. Respectfully submitted, Representative Bill Hitchens, 161st District Chairman. That completes the reports of standing committees.
Third reading and passage of uncontested local bills. We are going on to the local calendar. Going on to the local calendar. 3 bills on the local calendar relates to homestead exemption and requires a recorded 2/3 roll call vote for passage. If there is no objection, we will vote on the local calendar as a whole with a recorded vote. Hearing none, it is so ordered, and the clerk will read the local calendar.
House Bill 1217 by Representative Jackson, the 64th South Fulton Municipal Regional Water and Sewer Authority. House Bill 1223 by Representative Watson, the 172nd Colquitt County. House Bill 1225 by Representative Gertler, the 8th City of Young Harris. House Bill 1227 by Representative Chokus, the 138th Cuseta Chattahoochee County. House Bill 1231 by Representative Green in the 151st Chehaw Park Authority. House Bill 1234 by Representative Irwin of the 28th Town of Tallulah Falls. Senate Bill 512 by Senator Jones, the 25th Central State Hospital Local Redevelopment Authority. House Bill 1167 by Representative Cannon, the 58th City of Atlanta. House Bill 1221 by Representative Kelly, the 16th Haralson County. House Bill 1233 by Representative Powell, the 32nd City of Livonia. That completes the reading of the local legislation calendar.
Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered on the local calendar? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bills? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall these bills now pass? All those in favor of the passage of the bills on the local calendar will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines and call the roll.
Alexander, Hanulowitz, Barr, Barton, Belton, Bennett, Bentley, Benton, Beverly, Blackman, Bodie, Bruce, Burns, Carpenter, Carson, Chokus, Clark H., Collins, Cooper, Corbett, Dempsey, Dickey, Dollar, Drenner, Dubnik, Efstration, England, Irwin, Fleming, Fry, Gaines, Gardner, Glanton, Gravely, Harrell, Hatchett, Hawkins, Hitchens, Holcomb, Holmes, Houston, Hughley, Jackson M., Jaspers, Jones J., Kelly, Kendrick, Knight, LaHood, LaRicchia, Lumsden, Martin, Mathiak, McCall, Morris G., Newton, Nix, Oliver, Parrish, Parsons, Petrie, Perkle, Powell, Reeves, Rhodes, Rich, Ridley, Rutledge, Scoggins, Setzler, Silcox, Smith L., Smith R., Smith V., Smyrie, Stevens R., Tankersley, Tanner, Tarvin, Taylor, Thomas E., Trammell, Washburn, Watson, Welch, Werkheiser, Wiedauer, Williams A., Williamson, Yurda, Allen, Bazemore, Bernal, Cannon, Carter, Clark D., Clark J., Cook, Davis, Douglas, Dreyer, Donahue, Earhart, Evans, Frazier, Gilligan, Gertler, Henson, Hill, Hogan, Holland, Holly, Hobson, Howard, Hutchinson, Jackson D, Jones S, Jones T, Jones V, Couch, Kennard, Lopez Romero, Marin, McLean, McLaurin, McLeod, Meeks, Mitchell, Moore B, Morris C, Morris M, Nelson, Wen, Paris, Prince, Pullen, Robichaud, Saints, Schofield, Scott, Shannon, Sharper, Smith M, Stevens M, Stevenson, Thomas A.M., Turner, Walensky, Wilkerson, Williams M.F., Williams N., Wilson, Beasley Teague, Bonner,
Yes.
Buckner,
Yes.
Burchett, Caldwell, Campbell,
Yes.
Cantrell,
Yes.
Dickerson, Dukes,
Yes. Yes.
Gamble,
Yes.
Gilliard,
Yes.
Gordon, Green,
Yes.
Gullett,
Yes.
Jones J.B.,
Yes.
Kirby, Lott,
Yes.
Mathis, Metz, Momtahan, Park,
Yes.
Pruitt, Rogers, Singleton, Stovall,
Yes. Yes.
Williams R,
Yes.
Beasley Teague, Blackman, Bodie, Bruce, Clark J, Cooper, Drenner, Dreyer, Donahue, Fleming, Frazier,
Yes.
Gilligan, Gordon, Gertler, Hobson, Houston, Kennard, Metz, Momtahan, Morris M, Newton, Paris, Prince, Rogers, Thomas A.M., Washburn, Welch, Williams M.F.
All right, members will look at the board and make sure that it's accurate. Clerk may lock the machines. On the passage of the bills on the local calendar, the ayes are 151, the nays are 0. These bills, having received the requisite constitutional majority, are therefore passed. We're going on now to morning orders. Morning orders. We have a total of 10 minutes for all of the morning orders. The chair recognizes for a morning order Representative Mac Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise on behalf of a business leader who passed away in Sandersville, Georgia. On June 9th, Mr. Benjamin James Tarbutton Jr. passed away at the age of 90. Sandersville, Washington County, and the state of Georgia lost a businessman and a civic leader with vision, kindness, generosity, and integrity. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask that you stand with me for a moment of silence for Mr. Ben Tarbutton Jr. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
Chair recognizes the chair of the House Economic Development and Tourism Committee, Chairman Stevens, for a morning order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I'm here to tell you today that Jim Crow laws are alive and well. And I apologize if I'm just a little bit emotional today, but yesterday we had a radio talk show just get up and flat out lie. Let me tell you what happened yesterday. We had a bill that went through the committee over here, the Regulated Industries Committee, and before the bill was even voted out, we had the radio talk show host just coming up and saying something that's not true, and he even tweeted it. Let me read it to you. Republicans in the Georgia legislature got Democrats to support a casino in exchange for gutting the Hope Scholarship, which will exchange a portion from the being based on the academics of the student to how much money the parent makes. There is nothing further from the truth. Let me tell you really quick what passed out of the regulated industries yesterday. Sports betting, 100% of the sports betting revenues, $50 to $60 million goes to exactly the way that it goes today, right through the lottery. And ladies and gentlemen, it's distributed exactly the way that it's done. The new portion of the bill also created destination resorts, if and only if the state of Georgia puts it in the Constitution, and if and only if your local district votes for it, period. What does it do? For the first time in our state's history, it creates a lockbox, an emergency powers fund to be used only for emergency. Number two, it creates for families that are 50% or below on their income on new money from these destination resorts and horse racing. For those median income folks, those folks that are foster kids that never could afford, even if they had a scholarship from Hope, they couldn't afford to go to school because of the difference in tuition in their Hope, or they couldn't afford housing or books and fees, or the mom that's working 2 jobs, by God, they may be able to get in pre-K because she didn't get picked from the lottery. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the truth of what's happening yesterday. Shame on you, and it's about time that we allow folks to vote, because that's the core of Jim Crow, is keep the people from voting. I yield well.
So let me see if I understand what you said, Mr. Chairman. A radio talk show host told a lie? Is this the same one that's going to seminary? Told a lie. I'm usually shelling peas at that time of day and don't listen to things like this, but I'm shocked. I am truly shocked. Chair recognizes for a morning order Chairman Alan Powell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and ladies and gentlemen. You know, I appreciate Chairman Stevens coming down here and making his commentary. But I'm down here for generally the same reason. I probably won't be near as verbal about some of this, but I'm here on behalf of the committee. I don't know who this radio talk show host is, but you know, these liberal personalities, they get up there and say anything, you know, and I don't know if this is a guy, I don't know anything about him, but he's apparently very liberal in his persuasion, and I'm concerned about this because he's impugned the character of this House and the Regulated Industries Committee by plain spokenly passing out a lie. I'm more concerned that these folks in the media, and especially those of the more religious that hide behind the religious cloak, they need to read the 8th or the 9th commandment, depending on which version that you're reading about basically misinformation, lying, bearing false witness. Chairman Stevens talked about what was in the bill, and he was pretty well right. He was a little bit off on the figures. But we put money, we designated in that, if it's the will of the legislature, to put it on the ballot for the people of Georgia to vote for. We have constructed it as such that all the sports betting money can go to the lottery immediately. That's about $150 million guesstimated. And that would go a long way of helping the lottery, because we know how they can go through it like grist. And then, yes, there was and the other part of it where we put the money, we created an emergency powers fund. You know, a lot of us has been around, we've always been proud of the fact that we had a shortfall reserve or a rainy day fund. But folks, that's not created constitutionally or even statute. We just do it in the budget. This would create the emergency powers fund that if the people of Georgia choose to allow destination casinos, sports betting, horse racing, and that's if they do it, then that money would then 10% of the previous year's revenue would go to that lockbox, basically, to preserve the future of this state in case we have another catastrophic event like the pandemic. And then once filled up, then the bulk of that other money would go to the opportunity fund that would be based on the legislature creating those folks under the 58th percentile range of income for pre-K or needs-based scholarships, or even better, needs-based loans. But, you know, that's what will happen, and the bulk goes into the general fund. Now, that being said, ladies and gentlemen, I understand, and the reason I'm here this morning, a lot of y'all have gotten emails. So I would say to all those educated folks in suburbia that's concerned that he rang a bell on the hope and fear-mongering, learn how to read legislation. Tune into the legislative website, hear the debate, and don't rely on liberal talk show hosts to just spread misinformation and outright propagandic lies.
Chair recognizes Representative Hutchinson for a morning order. Representative, you got 1 minute and 40 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll try to make this quick. When we were dismissed from the legislature, I started charting the day-over-day averages for new cases and new deaths in Georgia for COVID. I stand before you today because I want to show you my chart from Saturday. This Saturday, we had 1,800 new cases of COVID in Georgia. This is an all-time high. I didn't put this chart up here for you to look at the numbers because it's too small. I want you to see the trend lines. We are not going down. We have never gone down. and I am deeply disturbed at the dismissive nature that is the narrative over these COVID numbers. I'm being told that the governor met with the Hospital Association and asked them to prepare for the second wave. We're still on the first wave. This has not gone down, not ever. It's been told that we test more, and that's why the numbers are up. If we test more, but the percentage of positives remains the same, we still have a problem. We still have a problem. But what we're telling people is that everything is okay. I'm a small business owner. Things can't be closed forever, but I think it's irresponsible of us to tell the people of Georgia that this crisis is either diminished or going away, and that they should take less measures to keep themselves safe. The hospital beds are going up. The deaths are going up. We lose an average of 33 lives in Georgia every single day. But or in the summer, we have pool parties and beaches, and I am terrified that these numbers are going to continue to go up. We are not going to have a second wave. We're going to continue the wave we've been going on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield the well.
That is all of our time today for morning orders. Representative Scott, do you want to be signed up tomorrow? Okay, we're going on to the rules calendar. We are going on to the rules calendar. Senate Bill 442 was postponed yesterday until the next legislative day, and it is called at this time. The clerk will read the caption to Senate Bill 442.
Senate Bill 442 by Senator Ligon of the 3rd, Kennedy the 18th, Tillery the 19th, and Cowser of the 46th. Be titled an act to amend Title 44 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to property so as to prohibit amendments to Property Owners Association instruments and covenants that restrict rental of residential lots and plots. This bill having been referred to the committee. This having been referred to the Committee on Judiciary. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chair recognizes Representative Washburn to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I'm here to present Senate Bill 442, and there is a Judiciary Committee substitute. This bill has to do with Property Owners Association changing rules relative to the leasing of real estate that is owned. When you or anyone buys a piece of real estate, you certainly buy the property and you buy the rights and privileges that go with that. Two basic rights are the right to sell it and also the right to convey it with a leasehold interest or to lease it out. This bill is simple. It simply requires that the rules can't be changed in the middle of the game. Property Owners Association can change their rules with a 2/3 majority. This bill prohibits them from being able to change those rules on someone who owns real estate within that Property Owner Association's jurisdiction. It does not pertain to any short-term rentals, and it does allow that if the property is sold, that the new owner would be bound by those rules that prohibit the leasing of it. This has to do with private property rights, and it has to do with fairness. If you or maybe one of your children happen to own a piece of real estate controlled by a Property Owners Association, let's say your son or daughter lives down in Savannah and they have bought that first home, and so then they get an offer of a good job in Atlanta, and so they move. Well, maybe the housing sale market is not so good right now, and so they have a big old mortgage payment to make. They got to pay taxes and insurance. They got to maintain the property. And if they were allowed to, if it was allowed that they could be prohibited from leasing that property, they would not be able to lease it. This is a fair bill. I do understand that there are concerns in some communities. I've had some emails about things where people have some neighbors who are causing problems and they happen to be tenants. Well, in my experience, for a long time as a real estate broker and a property owner, you can have troublesome neighbors, but they might be property owners and not necessarily tenants. And so this bill is good for property owners because it protects their right to lease property. It is also good for tenants. Most every one of us, unless we're born into great wealth, have been a tenant at some time. I have, and most of you have. And so to charge that all tenants are bad or troublesome is not fair. This is a good bill, and I urge your favorable consideration of it. And Mr. Speaker, I'll be glad to take any questions.
I don't think you have any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All those in favor of the passage of Senate Bill 442 will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines and call the roll.
Alexander, Manilowitz, Barr, Barton, Belton, Bennett, Bentley, Benton, Beverly, Blackman, Bodie, Bruce, Burns, Carpenter, Carson, Chokus, Clark H., Collins, Cooper, Corbett, Dempsey, Dickey, Dollar, Drenner, Dubnik, Efstration, England, Irwin, Fleming, Fry, Gaines, Gardner, Glanton, Gravely, Harrell, Hatchett, Hawkins, Hitchens, Holcomb, Holmes, Houston, Hughley, Jackson M., Jaspers, Jones J., Kelly, Kendrick, Knight, LaHood, LaRicchia, Lumsden, Martin, Mathiak, McCall, Morris G., Newton, Nix, Oliver, Parrish, Parsons, Petrie, Perkle, Powell, Reeves, Rhodes, Rich, Ridley, Rutledge, Scoggins, Setzler, Silcox, Smith L., Smith R., Smith V., Smyrie, Stevens R., Tankersley, Tanner, Tarvin, Taylor, Thomas E., Trammell, Washburn, Watson, Welch, Werkheiser, Wiedauer, Williams A., Williamson, Yurda, Allen, Bazemore, Bernau, Cannon, Carter, Clark D., Clark J., Cook, Davis, Douglas, Dreyer, Donahue, Earhart, Evans, Frazier, Gilligan, Gertler, Henson, Hill, Hogan, Holland, Holly, Hobson, Howard, Hutchinson, Jackson D., Jones S., Jones T., Jones V., Couch, Kennard, Lopez Romero, Marin, McLean, McLaurin, McLeod, Meeks, Mitchell, Mora B., Mora C., Morris M., Nelson, Wen, Paris, Prince, Pullen, Robichaud, Saints, Schofield, Scott, Shannon, Sharper, Smith M., Stevens M., Stevenson, Thomas A.M., Turner, Walensky, Wilkerson, Williams M.F., Williams N., Wilson, Beasley Teague, Bonner,
Yes.
Buckner,
Yes.
Burchett, Caldwell, Campbell,
Yes. Yes.
Cantrell,
Yes.
Dickerson,
Yes.
Dukes,
Yes.
Gamble,
Yes.
Gilliard,
No.
Gordon,
No.
Green,
Yes.
Gullett,
Yes.
Jones J.B.,
Yes.
Kirby, Lott,
Yes.
Mathis, Metz,
No.
Momtahan,
Yes.
Park, Pruitt, Rogers,
Yes.
Singleton, Stovall,
Yes. Yes.
Williams R.,
Yes.
Onulowitz, Beasley Teague, Bennett, Beverly, Blackman, Bonner,
Yes.
Dreyer, Fry, Gertler, Hitchens, Hobson, Hughley, Kelly, LaHood, Newton, Paris, Prince, Setzler, Smyrie, Stevens R., Thomas A.M., Thomas E., Wilkerson, Williams A.
What purpose does Representative Bazemore rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that I've been the president of my homeowners association since '05?
If the lady so states.
And in that time, is it not true that I have seen an increase of purchases by out-of-state agencies and companies of homes?
I'm sure the lady believes that to be true.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, members will look at the board and make sure that it is consistent with your intention to vote. Representative Henson up in the gallery. Okay, any other members? Any other members? If not, the clerk will lock the machines. On the passage of Senate Bill 442, the ayes are 123, the nays are 27. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. What purpose does the chairman of the Rules Committee rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, isn't it true that last night I received a phone call, and by the way, it's a phone call from my family down at the beach for this week that I'm not at. But isn't it true the reason for that phone call, they told me I was going to have my first great-grandchild born this December.
I would say that is wonderful news.
Yes, sir. And I think if you take a look at our kids, our grandkids, and our great-grandkids, they're a special gift from God to us. Thank you, sir.
Amen. And I noticed how you got in the fact that where they were and where you are, so. Clerk will read the caption to House Bill 1148. 1148.
House Bill 1148 by Representative Houston of the 170th to be titled an act to amend an act to change provisions relating to the Magistrate Court of Berrien County approved March 18, 1985. This bill having referred to the Committee on Intergovernmental Coordination. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chair recognizes Chairman Houston to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1148 is basically in two parts. I represent Berrien County and live in Berrien County. And the magistrate court in Berrien County has been appointed for years by the Superior Court judge. There are very few counties left that have appointed judges. And the people in my district, in my county, wanted to change the appointment of a magistrate court judge to be elected by the people. And so this elects the magistrate court judge by the people instead of appointing him. The next phase, part of the bill, makes this a nonpartisan race. We feel that judges should be nonpartisan. The best person for the job should be elected regardless of what party they're in, and we feel like that everybody that goes to any court should be treated the same. To emphasize that this is not a partisan bill, and I'm trying to pull anything over on you and keep a Democrat from winning, I just want to tell you that we went 85% for Kemp in the election, so I promise you I'm not trying to pull anything on you. I want it fair for everybody. Do I have any questions? Thank you.
Does anybody really want to ask a question after that? The lady has yielded the well. We have a minority report on the bill. Under the rules of the House, the minority has 20 minutes to present their report. Chair recognizes for the minority report the Minority Leader of the House, Leader Trammell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to try to make 20 minutes, 20 seconds, because we all know how we feel about judgeships and whether they should be partisan or nonpartisan. The only point I want to make is we should do them all the same way. And we should have one bill that decides permanently that magistrate judges, in the case of magistrate judges, probate judges, in the case of probate judges, should all be nonpartisan. We shouldn't do it at a county at a time. Rule 50 provides that issues affecting political partisanship are general bills for the consideration of the General Assembly. So let's do it all or nothing. That's the basis for the minority report. Mr. Speaker, I yield the well.
Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All those in favor of the passage of House Bill 1148 will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machines and call the roll.
Alexander, Anulowitz, Barr, Barton, Belton, Bennett, Bentley, Benton, Beverly, Blackman, Bodie, Bruce, Burns, Carpenter, Carson, Chokas, Clark H., Collins, Cooper, Corbett, Dempsey, Dickey, Dollar, Drenner, Dubnik, Abstration, England, Irwin, Fleming, Fry, Gaines, Gardner, Clanton, Gravely, Harrell, Hatchett, Hawkins, Hitchens, Holcomb, Holmes, Houston, Hughley, Jackson M., Jaspers, Jones J., Kelly, Kendrick, Knight, LaHood, Laricchia, Lumsden, Martin, Mathiak, McCall, Morris G., Newton, Nix, Oliver, Parrish, Parsons, Petrie, Perkle, Powell, Reeves, Rhodes, Rich, Ridley, Rutledge, Scoggins, Setzler, Silcox, Smith L., Smith R., Smith V., Smyrie, Stevens R., Tankersley, Tanner, Tarvin, Taylor, Thomas E., Trammell, Washburn, Watson, Welch, Werkheiser, Wiedauer, Williams A., Williamson, Yurda, Allen, Bazemore, Bernau, Cannon, Carter, Clark D., Clark J., Cook, Davis, Douglas, Dreyer, Donahue, Earhart, Evans, Frazier, Gilligan, Gertler, Henson, Hill, Hogan, Holland, Holly, Hobson, Howard, Hutchinson, Jackson D., Jones S., Jones T., Jones V., Couch, Kennard, Lopez Romero, Marin, McLean, McLaurin, McLeod, Meeks, Mitchell, Moore B, Moore C, Morris M, Nelson, Wen, Paris, Prince, Pullen, Robichaud, Saints, Schofield, Scott, Shannon, Sharper, Smith M, Stevens M, Stevenson, Thomas A.M., Turner, Walensky, Wilkerson, Williams M.F., Williams N., Wilson, Beasley Teague, Bonner,
No. Yes.
Buckner,
Yes.
Burchett, Caldwell,
Yes.
Campbell,
Yes.
Cantrell,
Yes.
Dickerson, Dukes,
Yes.
Gamble,
Yes.
Gilliard,
No.
Gordon,
No.
Green,
Yes.
Gullett, Jones B, Jones JB,
Yes.
Kirby, Lott,
Yes.
Mathis, Metz,
No.
Momtahan, Park, Pruitt,
No. Yes.
Rogers, Singleton,
Yes.
Stonewall,
Yes.
Williams R,
Yes.
Bennett, Beverly, Bodie, Carpenter, Cooper, Dickerson, Gilligan, she voted yes. Holcomb, Hughley, Jackson M, Momtahan,
Yes.
Newton, Oliver, Powell, Reeves, Saints, Setzler, Smyrie, Stevens R, Turner, Williams A.
Okay, members will look at the board and be sure that it is accurate. Representative Todd Jones is in the, has just come in. Votes yes?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, they got her. Members will look at the board and make sure that it's accurate. And the clerk will lock the machine on the passage of House Bill 1148. The ayes are 100. The nays are 57. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk will read the caption to House Bill 1195.
House Bill 1195 by Representative Houston, the 170th, to be titled an act to provide that future elections for the office of probate judge of Berrien County shall be nonpartisan elections. This bill having referred to the Committee on Intergovernmental Coordination Local. That committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Chair recognizes Chairman Houston to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I present you another bill making the probate judge in court in Berrien County nonpartisan. And I am so glad to see that our dean of this house had a tag on that said justice for all, because by making it nonpartisan, it means justice for all, and so I know that's what the dean means. So I tell you, this is not a part. I'm not trying to steer this to be to any party. We just want everybody to pick the best judge they have. And, you know, if you think you know what's best for my county, just somebody was asking me today, another member of the caucus said, well, we're afraid that your population is going to increase so much in the census that it's going to make a difference. Well, we wish that rural Georgia would grow that much, but I hate to tell you, the census is not going to make any difference. Thank you, and I'd appreciate a yes vote, and I don't think I need to remind you how we went in the last two elections to show you it's not partisan. Thank you.
Do you yield for questions?
Be glad to.
Chair recognizes Representative Beth Moore in the gallery to your right for a question.
Is this a friendly question?
Yes.
Thank you.
Does the gentle lady yield?
Yes.
Isn't it true that although you and I hail from different parts of the state and represent different parties, that you and I are actually cousins related through marriage?
Yes, that is true. And I do appreciate your vote the last time, and I hope you realize blood is thicker than water.
Yes, ma'am. But does the gentle lady yield for one more question?
Yes.
Yeah, it is true. I did vote yes on the last one, but isn't it also true that the reason I will vote no on this next one is because we do have a bill available that would make all judicial elections nonpartisan, which is a bill that I'm very much favor, but that I otherwise appreciate you bringing these bills.
Is it not true that I told the author of the bill that I hoped he would let me sign it the next election, or the next session? And I agree with you, all judges should be nonpartisan, but you know, right now we're just trying to get what the people wanted in my district and trying to have fair elections, and everybody in the court should be treated equal. Thank you, and I yield the well.
Do you yield for any other questions? It's up to you.
I'll answer one more.
Chair recognizes Representative McLeod.
Oh, okay. Where is
up
he?
in the gallery in the middle.
Okay.
Does the gentle lady yield?
Yes.
Okay. So is it not true that nonpartisan elections actually make it more difficult for those attorneys running for judges?
What now?
Is it not true that when we run nonpartisan, it actually makes it more difficult for the candidate running to actually get their message out in the short period of time that they have as a nonpartisan candidate?
Well, I don't think a nonpartisan, maybe, I don't understand, because I think when a judge is, somebody's judging a case, they ought to go by the law, not whether they think their political party thinks.
But is it not true that they are running as partisan? They actually run the campaign like any other candidate that's running for election.
I don't think judges do where I'm from.
They have to market, they have to send out flyers.
I don't know any judges on a probate court or a magistrate court that sends out flyers. Not in my district.
They do in Gwinnett County.
Well, I hope when you go to court, everybody treats you fairly and doesn't judge you by a party.
I would expect that, no matter what the party, I would expect that from a judge. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lady has yielded the well. We have a minority report. And under the rules of the House, the minority report is entitled for up to 20 minutes. Chair recognizes Leader Trammell to give the minority report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would refer the House to the comments I gave a few moments ago. I yield the well.
Now that is a good example of brevity. Thank you, Mr. Leader. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All those in favor of the passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines.
Alexander, Anulowitz, Barr, Barton, Belton, Bennett, Bentley, Benton, Beverly, Blackman, Bodie, Bruce, Burns, Carpenter, Carson, Chokus, Clark H., Collins, Cooper, Corbett, Dempsey, Dickey, Dollar, Drenner, Dubnik, Efstration, England, Irwin, Fleming, Fry, Gaines, Gardner, Glanton, Gravely, Harrell, Hatchett, Hawkins, Hitchens, Holcomb, Holmes, Houston, Hughley, Jackson M., Jaspers, Jones J., Kelly, Kendrick, Knight, LaHood, Laricchia, Lumsden, Martin, Mathiak, McCall, Morris G., Newton, Nix, Oliver, Parrish, Parsons, Petrie, Perkle, Powell, Reeves, Rhodes, Rich, Ridley, Rutledge, Scoggins, Setzler, Silcox, Smith L., Smith R., Smith V., Smyrie, Stevens R., Tankersley, Tanner, Tarvin, Taylor, Thomas E., Trammell, Washburn, Watson, Welch, Werkheiser, Wiedauer, Williams A., Williamson, Yurda, Allen, Bazemore, Bernau, Cannon, Carter, Clark D., Clark J., Cook, Davis, Douglas, Dreyer, Donahue, Earhart, Evans, Frazier, Gilligan, Gertler, Henson, Hill, Hogan, Holland, Holly, Hobson, Howard, Hutchinson, Jackson D., Jones S., Jones T., Jones V., Kausch, Kennard, Lopez Romero, Marin, McLean, McLaurin, McLeod, Meeks, Mitchell, Moore B., Morris C., Morris M., Nelson, Wen, Paris, Prince, Pullen, Robichaux, Saints, Schofield, Scott, Shannon, Sharper, Smith M, Stevens M, Stevenson, Thomas A.M., Turner, Walensky, Wilkerson, Williams M.F., Williams N., Wilson, Beasley Teague,
No.
Bonner,
Yes.
Buckner,
No.
Burchett, Caldwell,
Yes.
Campbell,
Yes.
Cantrell,
Yes.
Dickerson, Dukes,
No.
Gamble,
Yes.
Gilliard,
No.
Gordon,
No.
Green,
Yes.
Gullett,
Yes.
Jones, J.B.,
Yes.
Kirby, Lott,
Yes.
Metz,
No.
Momtahan,
Yes.
Park,
No.
Pruitt, Rogers, Singleton,
Yes.
Stovall,
Yes.
Williams, R.
Yes.
Bennett, Burns, Carpenter, Dickerson, Dryer, Frazier, Gilligan, Hughley, Jackson D, Jones T, Newton, Harris, Parrish, Pruitt, Silcox,
Yes.
Smith R, Turner, Washburn, Williams A.
All right, members will look at the board and make sure that it is accurate. Members will look at the board. The clerk will lock the machine on the passage of House Bill 1195. The ayes are 98, the nays are 58. 59, I'm sorry. The This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk will read the caption to Senate Bill 435.
Senate Bill 435 by Senator Strickland, the 17th Tillery, the 19th Kirkpatrick, the 32nd Albers, the 56th, and others, be titled an act to amend Article 1 of Chapter 10 of Title 17 and Article 2 of Chapter 3 of Title 35, the official code of Georgia annotated relating to procedure for sentencing and imposition of punishment, and the Georgia Crime Information Center. This bill having referred to the Committee on Judiciary and Non-Civil. That committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Chair recognizes Chairman Bonnie Rich to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, my colleagues. I bring to you today Senate Bill 435, also known as the Survivors First Act, and previously known as the Debbie Vance Act, who passed away unexpectedly last May, who was one of our courageous victim survivors of human trafficking. Part of our state's priority is to give victims of human trafficking an opportunity to move forward with their lives after they have escaped. Victims of human trafficking often come out with criminal arrests and convictions for offenses ranging from prostitution to drug-related offenses to shoplifting. These convictions can prevent these victims from moving ahead with their lives. They can prevent them from getting a job, housing, and an education. This bill authorizes the vacating and sometimes the lesser restricting of reporting of convictions and sentencing for those who have obtained them as a result of being a victim of human trafficking for labor or sexual servitude. 2 years ago, the Street Grace Survivor Advisory Board met to discuss human trafficking policy changes that were needed in our state, and they identified this bill as their priority policy. Not only did these survivor leaders identify this as their key policy priority, but they brought this idea to First Lady Kemp and then sat with attorneys in the governor's office to help craft the key details of this legislation. This legislation is a great example of our legislature listening to the human trafficking survivors and overcomers who have first-hand expertise in this area, and is being held up nationally as an example of the good that can come when survivors are not just invited to the table to exploit them for their moving stories, but are treated as the experts that they truly are. I have a statement from the Street Grace Survivor Advisor Board Co-Chair Nikki Burrell. She says, as a trafficking survivor myself, I understand the importance of having to rebuild my life after severe complex trauma. Part of my trauma while I was trafficked included an arrest, and I am not alone in this. Many, many trafficking survivors have been arrested while being forced to commit crimes during the duress of their experience, just to survive their everyday life. Consider if it were your son, daughter, niece, nephew, granddaughter, or grandson who was caught in the arms of a trafficker and had no way to survive but to do what he or she was told to do, which was prostitution, petty crimes, etc. Trafficking victims often feel there is no choice involved other than the choice to stay alive. Once given the opportunity to escape, survivors are given the opportunity for a brand new start. Some of them need help rebuilding their lives, which includes getting a job, a home, a checking account, things that most of us take for granted. Often after years of restorative care, Our victims have trouble getting any of these things because of their criminal records. But ladies and gentlemen, the Survivors First Act will allow these victims to break past their barriers that stop them from living their everyday life. It's our civic duty and our moral responsibility, one we must consider as we fight against the horrific trafficking that happens in our state, to give these victims the opportunity that they deserve. Mr. Speaker, I will yield for any questions.
You have a question if you care to yield.
I do.
Chair recognizes Chairman Silcox to your right for a question.
I do.
Isn't it true, Representative Rich, that this bill will allow judges to completely vacate convictions and sentences of defendants who've been victims of sex trafficking?
Yes, that is true.
Isn't it also true, Representative Rich, that this will greatly further the work of the Grace Commission and First Lady Marty Kemp's work?
Yes, it will. Thank you for the question.
Thank you for bringing the bill.
And it's important to note that it does allow judges that option, and if necessary, there will be a full evidentiary hearing so as to prevent any abuse. We've made sure that everything is locked down very carefully in this. Thank you for your question. Mr. Speaker, I yield the well.
Lady has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All those in favor of the passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines and call the roll.
Alexander, Anulowitz, Barr, Barton, Belton, Bennett, Bentley, Benton, Beverly, Blackman, Bodie, Bruce, Burns, Carpenter, Carson, Chokus, Clark H., Collins, Cooper, Corbett, Dempsey, Dickey, Dollar, Drenner, Dubnik, Efstration, England, Irwin, Fleming, Fry, Gaines, Gardner, Glanton, Gravely, Harrell, Hatchett, Hawkins, Hitchens, Holcomb, Holmes, Houston, Hughley, Jackson M., Jaspers, Jones J., Kelly, Kendrick, Knight, LaHood, Laricchia, Lumsden, Martin, Mathiak, McCall, Morris G., Newton, Nix, Oliver, Parrish, Nix, Oliver, Parrish, Parsons, Petrie, Perkel, Powell, Reeves, Rhodes, Rich, Ridley, Rutledge, Scoggins, Setzler, Silcox, Smith L., Smith R., Smith V., Smyrie, Stevens R., Tankersley, Tanner, Tarvin, Taylor, Thomas E., Trammell, Washburn, Watson, Welch, Werkheiser, Wiedauer, Williams A., Williamson, Yurda, Allen, Bazemore, Bernal, Cannon, Carter, Clark D., Clark J., Cook, Davis, Douglas, Dreyer, Donahue, Earhart, Evans, Frazier, Gilligan, Gertler, Henson, Hill, Hogan, Holland, Holly, Hobson, Howard, Hutchinson, Jackson D., Jones S., Jones T., Jones V., Couch, Kinnard, Lopez Romero, Marin, McLean, McLaurin, McLeod, Meeks, Mitchell, Moore B., Moore C., Morris M., Nelson, Wen, Paris, Prince, Pullen, Robichaud, Saints, Schofield, Scott, Shannon, Sharper, Smith M., Stevens M., Stevenson, Thomas A.M., Turner, Walensky, Wilkerson, Williams M.F., Williams N., Wilson, Beasley Teague,
Yes.
Bonner,
Yes.
Buckner,
Yes.
Burchett, Caldwell,
Yes.
Campbell,
Yes.
Cantrell,
Yes.
Dickerson,
Yes.
Dukes,
Yes.
Gamble,
Yes.
Gilliard,
Yes.
Gordon,
Yes.
Green,
Yes.
Gullett,
Yes.
Jones J.B.,
Yes.
Kirby,
Yes.
Lott,
Yes.
Mathis,
Yes.
Metz,
Yes.
Momtahan,
Yeah. Yes.
Park,
Yes.
Pruitt,
Yes.
Rogers, Singleton,
Yes.
Stovall,
Yes.
Williams R.,
Yes.
Bennett, Beverly, Bodie, Carpenter, Cooper, Donahue, Estration, Hughley, Jones T., LaRicchia, McLean, Paris, Petrie, Powell, Stevens R., Taylor, Walensky, Williams A.
Members will look at the board and make sure it's accurate. No, you need to pull that down. Okay. Bennett. Okay, they have you. Did he vote?
Yes.
Okay, members, one final look at the board. The clerk will lock the machine on the passage of Senate Bill 435. The ayes are 161, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk will read the caption to Senate Bill 123.
Senate Bill 123 by Senator Ligon III, Watson I, Kirkpatrick the 13th, Oracle the 36th, Jones the 25th, and others to be titled an act to amend Chapter 8 of Title 12 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to waste management so as to eliminate the coal ash surcharge. This bill having referred to the Committee on Natural Resources and Environment. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Ladies and gentlemen of the House, for the final time, Chair recognizes Representative Terry Rogers to present a bill. In this case, it's Senate Bill 123.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, this is kind of tough, final bill. But it's a very aptly named bill. It's Senate Bill 123, that's SB 123, and it's a simple bill, and it's as easy as 1, 2, 3. So there you go. 3 parts to this bill. I'm going to address 2 of them, fairly much in depth, and then I think that we're going to have another member that's going to speak to the second part. Part 1, it's a natural resources bill, and it deals with hazardous waste, solid waste, things of that nature. Part 1 is landfills. Most of you who live in rural counties know how important landfills are. A couple of years ago, a long time ago, matter of fact, in 1997, the House passed a bill and said it's going to come back to haunt us, but we're going to do it anyway. They moved to where you could not expand a landfill more than 2 miles, or you had to be 2 miles away from a military installation, and that had bombing ranges. And as you guys know, things have changed. And what this bill does, it's if you are an approved landfill as of 1997, and going forward, you can now expand your limits right there. This is especially important to a lot of counties, rural counties, because we all know how important land is right now. And so what that does, it just goes ahead and expands. That takes care of that problem that was created 30 years ago. Second thing it deals with is coal ash. And basically what we're doing on the coal ash is, right now it's $1 per ton, it fluctuates. What this will do is make coal ash $2.50 a ton, and then 20% of that will go back to the counties for remediation, for some really good programs such as recycling, things of that nature, education, cleanup. And I think Representative Meeks is going to speak to that. And then the third thing is a bill that HB 926 that passed out of Natural Resources unanimously, and then somehow or another got caught up during all the COVID stuff and did not get on the floor. So HB 926 is put on there. It is the Solid Waste Fund and the Hazardous Waste Fund Trust Fund. And basically what it does is it makes solid waste 75 cents a ton, and then tires $1 per tire. These funds will be used to maintain cleanups, things of that nature. And I want to give a special shout out. When it went through the committee, it was very much of a nonpartisan sort of thing. Democrats on the committee as well as Republicans looked and said, hey, there needs to be better transparency on this thing. And so what we're doing is we already had a report coming from EPD to the Natural Resources Committee that talked about where the money was being spent and for hazardous waste, but it didn't have it for solid waste. So we've put that into the bill to where now solid waste will report back and give a full thing, give a full accounting. So that's the bill in a nutshell. It's a pretty simple bill. It's a good bill. It generates a lot of money that does a lot of good things. I'm very excited about the fact that 20% are going back to education programs, things of that nature. And Mr. Speaker, that's pretty much it.
I do not. Yeah, you have a question. Do you yield?
Yes, sir.
Chair recognizes Representative Jasmine Clark up in the gallery to your right.
Yes, ma'am.
Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you just tell me what LC number you're reading from?
What LC number?
Yes.
You know, it is LC 41151-8S.
I do not have a copy of that in our notebook, so that's the reason I was asking.
Okay, yes, ma'am. This was a substitute that we did because there was a glitch in the thing. And I will add also that what this does is it sunsets on the solid waste and the hazardous waste in 2025, and that was what the that's probably what the real substitute was.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Do you further yield?
Yes, sir.
Chair recognizes Representative Kirby in room 341.
Do I have to take that?
The 341 caucus objects to that, Representative Rogers, so will you yield?
Yes, sir.
Just a simple question, if I understand right. Without the passage of this bill, is this the one that's going to leave us a big hole in the budget that this bill is going to fill?
It would leave about a $20 million hole in the budget. That is correct.
Okay, so passing of this bill will close that $20 million hole for us.
It will go a long way, yes, it's my understanding. I'm not certain of the exact number. That's the last number that I saw on it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
You have one more question if you care to yield.
Yes, sir, I'll yield for one more.
Chair recognizes Representative Carter up in the gallery just to the right of the middle.
Yes.
Thank you. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you please repeat the LC number? Because I believe we have the wrong one.
The LC number that I have in front of me is LC 44151-8S.
That isn't the one that we have.
The right one?
Yes. Does the gentleman further yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Would it be possible if you would allow us to receive the bill, table this, and come back, or is that a question for the speaker?
I think the reality of the situation is if there is a little bit of confusion there, right there, the only thing might be with a date change on it. I really don't think it has we had some language in here that went from 2019 to 2020 that had not been updated. That would have been the only thing that would have been updated on the language. Quite frankly, ma'am, I just don't believe it would have an impact on the bill.
Does the gentleman further yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it not true that there is an excessive amount of landfills that are in black communities?
Ma'am, I could not answer that.
Does the gentleman further yield?
Yes, ma'am, for one more.
In my area alone, we're seeing an excess of recycling in landfills that directly affects the health of our community. So could you help me understand what's the benefit of passing this legislation?
You're talking about the legislation regarding the landfills. Yes, ma'am. One of the things that is a good thing about this, if you're talking about the expansion of the landfills, it's because of the fact that otherwise people would be forced to go out and to buy more expensive property somewhere else. This is just a complete and total thing. And I think what you'll see is a benefit there of reduced taxes and probably if they're expanding, more jobs created. I do not believe it will have a health impact because the landfills are already there. So, Mr. Speaker?
You have another question, but to the representatives that were concerned about not having the proper LC number, there's a table outside the gallery with the copies of legislation on it, so you might want to check that. You have another question if you care to yield.
I'll yield for one more.
Chair recognizes Representative Al Williams to your left for a question.
I knew that I could not get out of here without hearing from my good friend Al Williams. Yes, sir.
Don't miss saying this, but
I do know that there is a landfill bill that directly impacts McIntosh County that is attached to it. It's part of McIntosh County that I used to represent. But is it not true that this landfill is 10 miles from the closest house and sits next to the bombing range from the Buford Air Station, and there will be no impact on the African American community in McIntosh County?
I will yield to the wisdom of my friend from Liberty County.
Who knows a thing or two about McIntosh County, too?
I tell you what. Mr. Speaker, with that, I would ask for your favorable consideration of this bill. It's a good bill, closes a tremendous gap in the budget. It does some good things. I love the fact that there was nonpartisan participation throughout the whole bill. It benefits all of Georgia, and I would like to end by asking for your vote and your favorable consideration of SB 123. And I think at this time I will yield the well and turn it over to Representative Meeks.
No, that's my job. Your job is just to yield the well.
Mr. Speaker, at this time I think I'm just going to yield the well and let you do your job.
Chair recognizes Representative Meeks to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate the opportunity to come before you today to offer a few words on Senate Bill 123. Senate Bill 123 also includes the language of House Bill 959, which was voted on this body earlier this year by a vote of 162 to 1. This portion of the bill deals with the tipping fees of coal ash, which is a very important issue in my district at home and very important to the people of Wayne County and surrounding counties. It simply does nothing more than raise the tipping fee to $2.50 per ton, which was a delay in implementation of legislation that was passed by this body more than 2 years ago. Given that there are other facilities around the country that are being mandated to be excavated and cleaned up, we certainly don't want the out-of-state coal ash to come to our state. So I would urge favorable consideration on House Bill or Senate Bill 123. And Mr. Speaker, unless we have a question, I'll yield the well.
You have a question if you care to yield.
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes the Majority Leader of the House, Leader Burns, for a question.
Gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me who was the author of the bill that left this House?
Myself, Representative Stephen Meeks.
We appreciate that. Would the gentleman yield for further questions?
Yes, sir.
Is it not true that you've been one of the leaders in this House as far as being considerate and being proactive as protecting our environment and protecting our citizens and dealing with this with the issue of coal ash in the state of Georgia?
Yes, sir. As a farmer, I understand the importance of our natural resources, and you know of which you speak.
The first and our amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield the well.
Gentleman has yielded the well. Okay, here's what we're going to do. Have copies, I understand copies, Mr. Clerk, are there or will be in seconds. Is that accurate? Additional copies are being sent. The chair, rather than table the bill after this debate, is going to ask members to be at ease for about 5 minutes. Go out and get a copy. We're going to take about 5 minutes and let you review that, and then we're going to vote. Okay, we're going to vote now. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered on Senate Bill 123? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to withdrawing the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is withdrawn. Is there any objection to adopting the substitute offered by the Committee on Rules? The chair hears none. The Rules Committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All those in favor of the passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines.
Alexander, Anulowitz, Barr, Barton, Belton, Bennett, Bentley, Benton, Beverly, Blackman, Bodie, Bruce, Burns, Carpenter, Carson, Chokus, Clark H., Collins, Cooper, Corbett, Dempsey, Dickey, Dollar, Drenner, Dubnik, Efstration, England, Irwin, Fleming, Fry, Gaines, Gardner, Glanton, Gravely, Harrell, Hatchett, Hawkins, Hitchens, Holcomb, Holmes, Houston, Hughley, Jackson M., Jaspers, Jones J., Kelly, Kendrick, Knight, LaHood, LaRicchia, Lumsden, Martin, Mathiak, McCall, Morris G., Newton, Nix, Oliver, Parrish, Parsons, Petrie, Perkle, Powell, Reeves, Rhodes, Rich, Ridley, Rutledge, Scoggins, Setzler, Silcox, Smith L., Smith R., Smith V., Smyrie, Stevens R., Tankersley, Tanner, Tarvin, Taylor, Thomas E., Trammell, Washburn, Watson, Welch, Werkheiser, Wiedauer, Williams A., Williamson, Yerda, Allen, Bazemore, Bernau, Cannon, Carter, Clark, Clark J., Cook, Davis, Douglas, Dreyer, Donahue, Earhart, Evans, Frazier, Gilligan, Gertler, Henson, Hill, Hogan, Holland, Holly, Hobson, Howard, Hutchinson, Jackson D., Jones S., Jones T., Jones V., Couch, Kennard, Lopez Romero, Marin, McLean, McLaurin, McLeod, Meeks, Mitchell, Moore B., Moore C., Morris M., Nelson, Wen, Paris, Prince, Pullen, Robichaux, Saints, Schofield, Scott, Shannon, Sharper, Smith M., Stevens M., Stevenson, Thomas A.M., Turner, Walensky, Wilkerson, Williams M.F., Williams N., Wilson, Beasley Teague,
No.
Bonner,
Yes.
Buckner,
Yes.
Burchett, Caldwell,
No.
Campbell,
Yes.
Cantrell,
No.
Dickerson,
Yes.
Dukes, Gamble, Gilliard,
Yes.
Gordon,
Yes.
Green,
Yes.
Gullett,
Yes.
Jones, J.B.,
Yes.
Kirby,
Yes.
Lott,
Yes.
Mathis,
Yes.
Metz,
Yes.
Momtahan, Park,
Yes.
Pruitt,
Yes.
Rogers, Singleton, Stovall,
Yes.
Williams R.,
Yes.
Alexander, Bazemore, Bennett, Bruce, Cannon, Carpenter, Carter, Collins, Dukes,
Yes.
F. Stration, Frazier, Fry, Gamble,
Yes.
Harrell, Hobson, LaHood, Mitchell, Momtahan,
Yes.
Nelson, Rutledge, Schofield, Scott, Thomas A.M., Thomas E., Walensky, Wilkerson.
Members will look at the board and make sure that it is consistent with your intention. Clerk will lock the machines on the passage of Senate Bill 123. The ayes are 142, the nays are 15. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk will read the caption to Senate Resolution 19.
Senate Resolution 19 by Senator Beach, the 21st Gooch, the 51st Watson, the 1st Miller, the 49th, and Dugan, the 30th. A resolution creating the Georgia Commission on Freight and Logistics. This resolution having been referred to the Committee on Rules. That committee recommends that this resolution be adopted by rule substitute.
Chair recognizes the Majority Leader of the House to present the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Clerk, to make sure we're on the right one, is this LC 289836S?
It is.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Colleagues, good afternoon now. Last week, we considered a change to the rules of this House. By adapting those changes in our rules, it allowed us some flexibility in how we pursue the business of this House for the benefit of the people of Georgia. Today, the substitute to SR 19 is a constitutional amendment that codifies those rules in our Constitution. This resolution proposes a constitutional amendment to the Georgia Constitution and puts a referendum on the ballot for the voters of Georgia to consider language to provide for alternative meetings, locations, and/or alternative meeting means in certain emergency situations. I'll go through the bill, the substitute. Section 1. This language has been added to clarify language already in the Constitution that the houses need the consent of both chambers before they can meet somewhere other than this Capitol or adjourn for more than 3 days without the consent of the other chamber. That's just clarifying language. Now, the language in Section 1 that's been added, when it is difficult or impossible to meet in the Capitol because of an emergency affecting the state due to enemy attack, natural or man-made disaster, or pandemic, the General Assembly can meet through electronic means or at another location subject to General Assembly rules or as provided by law. For the House, the new rules that we passed last week and the rules that we abide by in this chamber would control. If the General Assembly does meet electronically, the following requirements will be in place, along with the rules of the General Assembly, in our case, the rules of the House. Members must be able to observe and hear meetings, discussions, to be a part of meetings, discussions, debate, make statements, and see votes of the other members. The general public, this must be a transparent process, the general public must be able to observe and hear meetings, discussion, debate, statements, and votes of the members. Members must be able to see the contents of legislation being considered by either the House or a committee. Members can submit legislation, amendments, documents electronically in accordance with the rules of this House, of course, the Senate. In Section 2, we're amending a section that already exists in our Constitution. Currently, the General Assembly is able to suspend the rules that apply to it in the Georgia Constitution only when a disaster is caused by an enemy attack. This section is being amended to allow for the General Assembly to suspend the legislative rules in the Georgia Constitution when there is an enemy attack, natural or man-made disaster, or pandemic. And certainly when the General Assembly deems it necessary to do due to these circumstances. This section this language is similar to the emergency powers that the governor can be granted and ensures that we, the General Assembly, can continue its function and carry out its responsibilities in the same way the governor can under his emergency powers. This simply helps us to maintain the balance of power and the system of checks and balances between the branches of government, especially important at times during emergency situations. The last section, Section 3, simply states the language that would be on the ballot. Shall the Constitution of Georgia be amended so as to provide that the General Assembly may meet in places other than the state capitol or by electronic means in the event of an emergency situation? Ladies and gentlemen, this is a continuation of this body to make sure we can conduct the people's business of this state in any circumstances that may arise in our future. We certainly understand now in the environment that we are operating in, that we're exposed to, that we cannot predict the future. If we do, I'm wrong when I predict the future. But this will allow us the tools to make sure we take care of the people's business in an open and transparent manner, just as we're doing business here today, but in different forums that will be available to us as we move on, continue through the 21st century and to the future, that make sure we employ the tools that allow us to do the people's business in an open, transparent, and respectful manner. Mr. Speaker, that's what this resolution, this constitutional amendment would do for this chamber, for the General Assembly, and for the people of Georgia. I would take any questions if there are any. If not, Mr. Speaker, I'd be glad to yield the well.
You do have a question if you yield.
Yes, sir, I'll take a question.
Chair recognizes Representative Jasmine Clark up in the gallery in the middle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, I yield to the lady in the balcony.
First, thank you for this. I think it's really important that we do think ahead and be better equipped and better prepared for something like what we are experiencing now, especially knowing that there are still possible cases even in this building as we speak. The question I have is about electronic signatures for legislation. I didn't see anything specific to that. Is there anything that might preclude electronic signatures, or is there something that might need to be added to make sure that we can sign things electronically, such as legislation and things of that nature?
I believe that the rules of this House certainly on any specific matter would control, as well as the letter of the Constitution. But no, we will employ electronic means that comply with the open, transparent means that we function in, and I think as long as they comply with our rules, electronic signatures and any other developments in technology that are currently in place now or could be in the future would certainly be a part of how we do business here. So I don't think that would be an issue.
All right, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I do not see any other questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This is important for us as we move into the future. I would ask for your favorable consideration so we may be prepared as we do business, the people's business today, tomorrow, and in the future. Thank you, and I yield the well.
Gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to withdrawing the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is withdrawn. Is there any objection to adopting the substitute offered by the Committee on Rules? The chair hears none. The Rules Committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the adoption of the resolution The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this resolution now be adopted? All those in favor of the adoption of the resolution will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines and call the roll.
Alexander, Anulowitz, Barr, Barton, Belton, Bennett, Bentley, Benton, Beverly, Blackman, Bodie, Bruce, Burns, Carpenter, Carson, Chokus, Clark H., Collins, Cooper, Corbett, Dempsey, Dickey, Dollar, Drenner, Dubnik, Evstration, England, Irwin, Fleming, Fry, Gaines, Gardner, Glanton, Gravely, Harrell, Hatchett, Hawkins, Hitchens, Holcomb, Holmes, Houston, Hughley, Jackson M., Jaspers, Jones J., Kelly, Kendrick, Knight, LaHood, Laricchia, Lumsden, Martin, Mathiak, McCall, Morris G., Newton, Nix, Oliver, Parrish, Parsons, Petrie, Perkle, Powell, Reeves, Rhodes, Rich, Ridley, Rutledge, Scoggins, Setzler, Silcox, Smith L., Smith R., Smith V., Smyrie, Stevens R., Tankersley, Tanner, Tarvin, Taylor, Thomas E., Trammell, Washburn, Watson, Welch, Werkheiser, Wiedauer, Williams A., Williamson, Yurda, Allen, Bazemore, Bernau, Cannon, Carter, Clark D., Clark J., Cook, Davis, Douglas, Dreyer, Donahue, Earhart, Evans, Frazier, Gilligan, Gertler, Henson, Hill, Hogan, Holland, Holly, Hobson, Howard, Hutchinson, Jackson D., Jones S., Jones T., Jones V., Couch, Kennard, Lopez Romero, Marin, McLean, McLaurin, McLeod, Meeks, Mitchell, Moore B., Moore C., Morris M., Nelson, Huen, Paris, Prince, Pullen, Robichaux, Saints, Schofield, Scott, Shannon, Sharper, Smith M., Stevens M., Stevenson, Thomas A.M., Turner, Walensky, Wilkerson, Williams M.F., Williams N., Wilson, Beasley Teague,
Yes.
Bonner,
Yes.
Buckner,
Yes.
Burchett, Caldwell,
Yes.
Campbell,
Yes.
Cantrell,
Yes.
Dickerson,
Yes.
Dukes. Dukes. Gamble.
Yes.
Gilliard.
Yes.
Gordon.
Yes.
Green.
Yes.
Gullett.
Yes.
Jones, J.B.
No.
Kirby.
Yes.
Lott.
Yes.
Mathis.
Yes.
Metz.
Yes.
Momtahan.
Yes.
Park.
Yes.
Pruitt.
Yes.
Rogers. Singleton.
No.
Stovall.
Yes.
Williams, R.
Yes.
Barr. Carpenter. Davis. Dukes. Donahue. Frazier. Henson. Jones, T. Jones, V.
Members will look at the board and make sure that it is accurate. Members will look at the board. The clerk will lock the machine on the adoption of Senate Resolution 19. The ayes are 151, the nays are 6. This resolution, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore adopted. Clerk will read the caption to Senate Bill 509.
Senate Bill 509 by Senator Ligon of the 3rd to be entitled an act to abolish the Glynn County Police Department. This bill having referred to the Committee on Governmental Affairs. That committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Chair recognizes Chairman Don Hogan to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the House. Senate Bill 509 is edited by Senator Ligon, and it's LC 289778, and it's passed by the Senate. The election superintendent of Glynn County shall be called and conduct an election to provide in this section for the purpose of submitting this act to the electors of Glynn County for approval or rejection. And the question is, shall the act be approved that abolishes the Glynn County Police Department and transfers the functions and assets of such department to the Sheriff of Glynn County? And the electors vote yes or no. If this act is not approved, and if the referendum provided by this section is not held, or if the general law authorizing the abolition of the Glynn County Police Department by local act of the General Assembly is not enacted or provided in this section, then Section 1 of this act shall not become effective, and the act shall be automatically repealed on the first day of January. And that's the bill, Mr. Speaker.
You have a question, do you yield?
I yield.
Chair recognizes Representative Morris in the gallery to your right for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, I yield.
Is it not true Glynn County is my home?
You tell me that.
It is. I was there last week. It's beautiful. And is it not true that one of the county commissioners from Glynn County sent a message to the House Black Caucus asking them not to vote for this bill?
I think that to be true, and during the primary he got beat pretty bad.
Thank you.
Well, okay then.
If no more questions,
Any
I
other
yield the will.
questions? I do not see any other questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All those in favor of the passage of Senate Bill 509 will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machines.
Alexander, Anulowitz, Barr, Barton, Belton, Bennett, Bentley, Benton, Beverly, Blackman, Bodie, Bruce, Burns, Carpenter, Carson, Chokus, Clark H., Collins, Cooper, Corbett, Dempsey, Dickey, Dollar, Drenner, Dubnik, Abstration, England, Irwin, Fleming, Fry, Gaines, Gardner, Glanton, Gravely, Harrell, Hatchett, Hawkins, Hitchens, Holcomb, Holmes, Houston, Hughley, Jackson M., Jaspers, Jones J., Kelly, Kendrick, Knight, LaHood, Laricchia, Lumsden, Martin, Mathiak, McCall, Morris G., Newton, Nix, Oliver, Parrish, Parsons, Petrie, Perkel, Powell, Reeves, Rhodes, Rich, Ridley, Rutledge, Scoggins, Setzler, Silcox, Smith L., Smith R., Smith V., Smyrie, Stevens R., Tankersley, Tanner, Tarvin, Taylor, Thomas, Schofield, Thomas E., Trammell, Washburn, Watson, Welch, Werkheiser, Wiedauer, Williams A., Williamson, Yurda, Allen, Bazemore, Bernau, Cannon, Carter, Clark D., Clark J., Cook, Davis, Douglas, Dreyer, Donahue, Earhart, Evans, Frazier, Gilligan, Gertler, Henson, Hill, Hogan, Holland, Holly, Hobson, Howard, Hutchinson, Jackson D., Jones S., Jones T., Jones V., Kausch, Kennard, Lopez Romero, Marin, McLean, McLaurin, McLeod, Meeks, Mitchell, Moore B., Moore C., Morris M., Nelson, Huen, Paris, Prince, Pullen, Robichaux, Saints, Schofield, Smith, Shannon, Sharper, Smith M., Stevens M., Stevenson, Thomas A.M., Turner, Walensky, Wilkerson, Williams M.F., Williams N., Wilson, Beasley Teague,
Yes.
Bonner.
Yes.
Buckner.
Yes.
Burchett. Caldwell.
Yes.
Campbell.
Yes.
Cantrell.
Yes.
Dickerson.
Yes.
Dukes.
Yes.
Gamble.
Yes.
Gilliard.
Yes.
Gordon.
Yes.
Green.
Yes.
Gullett.
Yes.
Jones, J.B.
No.
Kirby.
Yes.
Lott. Mathis.
Yes.
Metz.
Yes.
Momtahan. Park.
Yes.
Pruitt.
Yes.
Rogers. Singleton.
Yes.
Stovall.
Yes.
Williams, R.
Yes.
Bazemore. Carpenter. Carter. Clark, J. Dreyer. Donahue. Irwin. Frazier. Jackson, D. Jones, T. Jones, V. Kelly. Laricchia. Lott. Momtahan. Wen. Perkel. Reeves. Scott. Smith V. Tanner. Washburn.
Members will look at the board and be sure that it is accurate. If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the passage of Senate Bill 509. The ayes are 152, the nays are 2. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. For your planning purposes, we are going to take a lunch break, but it's still going to be a little while. We got a little coordination going on here with our brothers and sisters across the hall, and I want to get some business done. And the clerk's office is getting a Senate sub ready. Clerk will read the caption to Senate Bill 474.
Senate Bill 474 by Senator Harper, the seventh, to be titled an act to amend Article 1 of Chapter 7, Title 50, the official code of Georgia annotated relating to general provisions regarding the Department of Economic Development so as to provide for the Department of Natural Resources to construct, operate, maintain, and supply informational materials. This bill having been referred to the Committee on Natural Resources and Environment, that committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Chair recognizes Chairman Dickey to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I bring you Senate Bill 474, agency bill that Senator Harper carried over in the Senate. It's really just enabling legislation that allows a budgetary move that follows this. The bill gives DNR the ability to manage our state welcome centers. Specifically, the plan and the budget plan is DNR to manage 2 of these centers, the ones in Plains and one in Sylvania, that presently Department of Economic Development manages. DNR is very well equipped to take on these 2, and they manage actually over 50 welcome centers at each of our state parks and do a very, very good job of it. So this bill just simply transfers the ability or includes the ability for DNR to manage these and use proceeds, bond proceeds to upgrade them if needed. And so this is just part of a savings plan that the administration needs to do this. If it's any questions, I'll be happy to take one.
I do not see any questions, Mr. Chairman.
I'll lead the well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All those in favor of the passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines.
Alexander, Anulowicz, Barr, Barton, Belton, Bennett, Bentley, Benton, Beverly, Blackman, Bodie, Bruce, Burns, Carpenter, Carson, Chokas, Clark H., Collins, Cooper, Corbett, Dempsey, Dickey, Dollar, Drenner, Dubnik, Efstration, England, Irwin, Fleming, Fry, Gaines, Gardner, Glanton, Gravely, Harrell, Hatchett, Hawkins, Hitchens, Holcomb, Holmes, Houston, Hughley, Jackson M., Jaspers, Jones J., Kelly, Kendrick, Knight, LaHood, LaRicchia, Lumsden, Martin, Mathiak, McCall, Morris G., Newton, Nix, Oliver, Parrish, Parsons, Petrie, Perkel, Powell, Reeves, Rhodes, Rich, Ridley, Rutledge, Scoggins, Setzler, Silcox, Smith L., Smith R., Smith V., Smyrie, Stevens R., Tankersley, Tanner, Tarvin, Taylor, Thomas E., Trammell, Washburn, Watson, Welch, Werkheiser, Wiedauer, Williams A., Williamson, Yurda, Allen, Bazemore, Bernau, Cannon, Carter, Clark D., Clark J., Cook, Davis, Douglas, Dreyer, Donahue, Earhart, Evans, Frazier, Gilligan, Gertler, Henson, Hill, Hogan, Holland, Holly, Hobson, Howard, Hutchinson, Jackson D., Jones S., Jones T., Jones V., Couch, Kennard, Lopez Romero, Marin, McLean, McLaurin, McLeod, Meeks, Mitchell, Moore B., Moore C., Morris M., Nelson, Wen, Paris, Prince, Pullen, Robichaux, Saints, Schofield, Scott, Shannon, Sharper, Smith M., Stevens M., Stevenson, Thomas A.M., Turner, Walensky, Wilkerson, Williams M.F., Williams N., Wilson, Beasley Teague, Bonner,
Yes.
Buckner,
Yes.
Burchett, Caldwell,
Yes.
Campbell,
Yes.
Cantrell,
Yes.
Dickerson,
Yes.
Dukes, Gamble, Gilliard, Gordon,
Yes. Yes.
Green,
Yes.
Gullett,
Yes.
Jones J.B.,
Yes.
Kirby,
Yes.
Lott,
Yes.
Mathis,
Yes.
Metz, Bomtahan,
Yes. Yes.
Park,
Yes.
Pruitt,
Yes.
Rogers, Singleton,
Yes.
Stovall,
Yes.
Williams R.,
Yes.
Beasley Teague,
Yes.
Carpenter, Chokus, Dreyer, Dukes, Gaines, Gamble, Jones V., Kelly, Kendrick, Laricchia, Lopez Romero, Perkel, Pullen, Ridley, Scoggins, Smith L., Tanner, Turner, Wilson.
Members will check the board and make sure that it is accurate. And the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of Senate Bill 474, the ayes are 156, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. The next item of business will be taking up a motion on a Senate sub, and I'm going to ask you to take 2 or 3 minutes. Just a minute, Mr. Chairman. The Senate sub is outside the door on the tables. Senate sub to House Bill 838. It's also on the tables outside the gallery and outside room 341. Get those and come back in, because the Senate is taking up an important measure that I am hopeful they will pass and immediately transmit to us. Okay, I'm going to assume that everybody has a copy of the Senate substitute, House Bill 838. This House will come to order. House will be at order. The chair recognizes Chairman Bill Hitchens for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I make a motion to agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 838.
Chairman Hitchens has moved that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 838. The clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 838 by Representative Hitchens, 161st law to the 122nd Jaspers, the 11th, and others, to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 24.5.510 and Article 8 of Chapter 2 of Title 35 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to privileged communications between law enforcement officers and peer counselors.
The chair recognizes the chair of the Public Safety and Homeland Security Committee, Chairman Hitchens, to carefully and thoroughly explain the Senate substitute to House Bill 838.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that you just got a copy of this, and I'll be very honest with you. I got a copy of it about 5 minutes ago, and it's a very, very detailed bill. If you look at the first part of it, up through Section 4, it's the original bill that passed this House before we went on break before crossover. And what it was a bill, some of you probably remember 3 or 4 years ago, I had a bill that was passed here called the Public Safety Officer Support Bill. And what it did was it provided services for personnel, law enforcement officers, firemen, EMT, 911 operators, who were involved in, number one, in traumatic incidents. Somebody was killed, they were in a shooting, they had to remove some dead child from a home that had been burnt, and we had a lot of people come forward with some first-person stories in our committee hearings, and we ended up getting that passed. And I think it's been very effective for the last couple of years. The organization now routinely goes out to these events when they occur, and if they aren't successful, I started it in the Department of Public Safety in 2005. And we had a guy there that was very fortunate that had a master's degree in clinical psychology and was a licensed clinical psychologist. So we put him in charge of that, and he's done a great job with it. I was notified this year that by Legislative Council that they thought there was some errors in this bill. And if you'll notice on page 1 and a little bit on page 2, in several places you see public safety officer support and officer is deleted. What they said was that if there was any controversy in the future, that perhaps firemen, EMTs, and 911 operators wouldn't be eligible for this service because it said officer, and that typically means a law enforcement officer. So I introduced the bill. I think it passed here with very few negative comments or votes. And then today I get this amendment, which begins in Section 5. And I'm going to read it verbatim since you just got it, but it says, a peace officer shall have the right to bring a civil suit against any person, group of persons, organization, or corporation, or the head of a organization or corporation for damages, either pecuniary or otherwise, suffered during the officer's performance of official duties, for abridgment of the officer's civil rights arising out of the officer's performance of official duties, or for filing a complaint against the officer, which the person knew was false when it was filed. Now, I think all of you know I spent 43 years in public safety in a variety of different capacities, from the State Patrol to the Governor's Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, and as Georgia's first Homeland Security Director. Prior to the mid-'80s, these types of complaints were he said, she said. We had somehow interview people, investigate the facts as we knew them, and make a subjective decision about who was right and who was wrong. In 1985, I was the post commander of the State Patrol Office in Savannah. And they wanted to try out cameras and vehicles. And I volunteered to be one of the posts where we did it on an experimental basis. I had a trooper down there who probably made more drug arrests on I-95. You know, it was the main thoroughfare. It used to be that most of the drugs coming out of South America would come through Miami, and then they would be distributed up I-95 all the way to New York and Maine. He caught a load of drugs about every third night. And so we put the camera in his car because I wanted to see, number one, how he was doing it, to make sure that he wouldn't violate anybody's rights or saying anything that he shouldn't say. And he didn't have it about 4 nights, and he shot a guy. And, you know, the attorney for the other fellow and the media were all on us about unjustifiable shooting. Well, there was a camera in the car, and nobody knew anything about him at that time. We pulled the video and watched it, and the commissioner came down at that time, and we watched it. And it was the passenger, it wasn't the driver, and it was loaded with dope. But what happened was the passenger fell out with his right leg, had a gun in his hand, and the trooper told him 21 times on tape to drop the gun. And when he didn't drop the gun, he started a forward movement, and the trooper shot him. Fortunately, the guy survived, but you know, I have no idea what would have happened with that case if we hadn't had a camera. Shortly thereafter, we put cameras in all our cars, and you know, it's been a very positive thing from 2 perspectives. Primarily, that we actually see what transpires, but it protects the officer when he does the right thing, and it allows us to take action against him when he's done the wrong thing. And I've found several cases on both sides where we probably wouldn't have come to that decision had we not had the camera. I had a fellow that worked for me, and most of you in here know him, and I'm not going to mention any names. Al Williams. No, but he worked up in Blue Ridge, a place many of you have probably heard of through the years here. But he wrote a lady a citation, and when he went to court, the trooper outlined the case and asked the lady what she had to say. And she said basically she may have been speeding, she wasn't sure, but the trooper made some improper suggestions to her that she was offended by. And they had a lady judge, and she questioned the trooper and said, "What in the world were you doing?" He said, "I wasn't doing anything. And if you'll give me 45 minutes till I can go get an NCO to get the tape out of storage in our evidence locker, I'll bring it back and you can watch it." And that occurred. And when the judge watched it in her chambers and came back out, she sentenced the lady to 2 weeks in jail for lying about what happened, because none of that ever occurred. And I had another case, and I know I'm going on and on here, but that occurred in Emmanuel County, and a preacher that I knew very well called me and accused a trooper who had stopped his friend from speeding. He was following along in another car, but he said he got out and he listened to it, and the trooper was very obviously racist. And I knew him. I knew the trooper, and I didn't believe it to be the case. And so he said, "What are you going to do about it?" I said, "We're going to investigate it." He said, "What do you mean investigate? How are you going to do that?" I said, "The first thing we're going to do is pull a tape recording of what actually occurred." He said, "What do you mean, a tape recording?" I said, "All our cars are equipped with tapes, and whatever occurred there will be pretty obvious to us when we look at it." So I had him pull the tape, and nothing happened. The preacher and his acquaintance were very unhappy about getting a citation, but he hadn't done a thing. And I say that to say we had one more, and I could go on all day. My wife said
take your time now.
John Burns knows it, but my wife once said, I can talk the longest and say the least of anybody she knows. But and as we go further into this, you'll see what I'm talking about. But we had another one down in Cordele where they arrested an individual for drunk driving. About 5 years previous, we had a similar incident down there where the guy had pulled a gun and shot and killed the chief of police down there and one of our troopers, and injured the sheriff in the jail. And although he got the death penalty out of it, in the second case, after he was already arrested for DUI and they were escorting him to the jail cell, the guy sucker punched the trooper, broke his nose and jaw. And we were prohibited by rule from suing, and I just thought it was dastardly. Certainly he deserved to be sued, and luckily Workman's Comp paid for it, but I thought he ought to get some damages from something that should have never occurred. Now, Section 5 is a little more stringent. Section 6, I'm sorry. No, it's the end of Section 5. It's Section 6. I just got this. As usual, in this code section, it refers to first responder, which means any firefighter, municipal, county, or volunteer fire department, a peace officer is defined in code section, and an emergency medical technician. A person commits the offense of bias, motivated intimidation when such person maliciously and with a specific intent to intimidate, harass, or terrorize another person because of that person's actual or perceived employment as a first responder, causes death or serious bodily harm to another person, or causes damage to or destroys any real or personal property of a person because of actual or perceived employment as a first responder without permission, and the amount of the damage exceeds $500 or the value of the property destroyed exceeds $500. Any person that violates subsection B of this code shall be guilty of the offense of bias, motive, intimidation, and upon conviction thereof shall be punished by imprisonment of not less than 1 or more than 5, a fine of not more than $5,000 or both. So you can see it becomes a felony. But it's a serious thing, and it occurs all the time to law enforcement officers and much less infrequently to firemen. But I've had people come to my house on several occasions because I've had some dealings with them in the law enforcement capacity. And I'm pretty proud of my record. In 43 years, I had one complaint, and it occurred on the first day I was on the road by myself. And the complainant said he didn't like getting a ticket. So, I've dealt with thousands and thousands of people and a variety of different instances, and many very emotional. And I've always thought I was fairly good at verbal judo and being able to minimize what was going on. Now, some people you just can't do it with. But a lot of our law enforcement personnel across this state are subjected to a lot of what would be criminal activity if this passes, just because they do what they do. And I can go on. I had one up in Madison just before I retired, and they got into a chase and had a shootout, and the guy was shooting at them, and the Covington police asked for the troopers to come help, and the trooper ended up shooting and killing the guy. Well, his brother was in prison, and this guy had been in prison before. And the GBI told us that through the prison system, they'd got word that he'd put out a contract on the trooper. They live in the same little town about 2 miles apart, and they see each other at Walmart and around the shopping centers all the time. And every time he saw him, he made threatening gestures or remarks. And my understanding is if this passes, something like that can be dealt with. I don't know that you get 1 to 5, but certainly they ought to be circumvented from being able to threaten or intimidate based on their job. I'm looking here at the minority leader, and I know I was involved in a case over in Statesboro. I'm going to tell you a lot after we get done here today. But he'd represented a fellow who got 5 years in prison. And after the guy got out, he came to his office pulled a pistol on him, and we spent 3 days negotiating before we got him released. And he really thought that he was going to take care of him, but you probably see his ads on TV all the time. If you live in the Savannah area, he's got an ad on about every 30 minutes now. And I say that to say these are routine issues. I know some people don't think that, and I've heard many people say it, that's part of their job. I really don't think it's part of their job to be subjected to that kind of treatment on a regular basis. But we're going to leave it up to you here today to decide whether it is or not. And I just ask for your favorable consideration. I think it's there are a lot of things going on in our society today, and I've often said here lately that the pillars that uphold our society have some serious cracks in them, and I worry about what's going to transpire in the coming years. And but I offered up for you. I ask for your favorable consideration, and I'll be glad to take any questions.
Do you yield for questions? Mr. Chairman?
Yes, I yield.
Do you need a bottle of water?
No, I'm good to go.
All right. Chair recognizes the minority leader, Leader Trammell, to your left for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Sure.
Isn't it true that the law already provides specific penalty enhancements or crimes in the case when those crimes are against police officers and first responders?
I think they're very limited in certain cases.
Will the gentleman further yield?
Sure.
Isn't it true that the list of crimes already in statute include aggravated assault upon a public safety officer without discharge of a firearm, aggravated assault upon a public safety officer without discharge of a firearm, and does not involve only the use of a person's body, aggravated assault upon a public safety officer only involving the use of a person's body, aggravated assault by strangulation of law enforcement, simple battery against a police officer, aggravated battery upon a public safety officer, obstructing of an officer, felony obstruction of an officer, felony obstruction of an officer by throwing human or animal bodily waste, removal or attempted removal of a weapon from a peace officer, user of laser devices against a law enforcement officer, and similar crimes against first responders and firemen. Isn't that true?
That's correct, but it's the specific charges already there, but it's much like another bill that we're going to look at here probably in the next day or two, that the charge is already in place, but they're trying to add some additional charges based on sex, race, culture, religion.
Do you further yield?
I do.
Chair recognizes Representative Walensky up in the gallery in the middle.
Thank you, Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Sure.
I'd first like to let you know that I am a civil attorney, so
I knew that.
New civil claims I would be very excited about, but I'm concerned about one thing on page 2. As I read lines 50 through 53, it reads, a peace officer shall have the right to bring a civil suit against any person, yada, 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 it listed more, suffered during the officer's performance of official duties. What does that mean?
Well, I would think that it would mean that there are many things said that are captured on tape that are very derogatory and pretty explicit from time to time, and I think if that occurs, I think right now they have the capability. The problem is many law enforcement agencies, and ours was one of them, has a policy manual, and it's that thick about additional rules and regulations that you have with regard to how you carry out your duties, and they prohibit this type of activity.
Does the gentleman yield?
Sure, sure.
Just as I read again, right to bring a civil suit against any person suffered during the officer's performance. What is suffered? What is the claim there?
Well, I think it's defamatory in many cases when I've been called a lot of names, other people have been called names, and it certainly wasn't in the performance of a law enforcement duty, but had somebody say in an article here in Atlanta last week that I was a card-carrying member of a terrorist organization, and I took great offense at that. I've worked my whole life and was an intelligence officer in the military for many years working against terrorism, and I thought that was pretty defamatory.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative McLaurin to your left up in the gallery.
Will the gentleman yield?
Sure.
Speaking to this civil cause of action that we've been discussing, I'm concerned a little bit about what might be some vagueness in this language, which, over the last couple of years I've been a little concerned about how easy it is to get some lawsuits in situations where we might not want them. So I guess my question is, first, what are an officer's civil rights? Is there a definition for that anywhere? Because could that mean any insult to an officer they could sue for?
I don't think it would mean any insult, but I think it goes to a certain degree. And to be very honest, you know this, I didn't write this. This was an amendment that came over from the Senate. I'm trying to defend my part of the bill that deals with a lot of other issues that I thought were very beneficial.
Gentleman, yield for one final question?
Sure.
Just regarding the other part of this civil action that I was trying to draw attention to, it says any person, group of persons, organization, or corporation, but I don't see any language regarding causality trying to connect those groups to the injury. And so I guess my concern is if an employer gives a group of people a day off from work to go participate in a protest and somebody does something dumb, can you just file a lawsuit against every group that person's affiliated with?
I wouldn't think so, but you're the lawyer.
I guess it's an open question. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Stovall in room 341.
Does the gentleman yield?
I yield.
Is it not true that the legislators should have been included in this bill for the votes that we might take at the legislative during the General Assembly that may be offensive to others?
Just as I said a minute ago, I didn't write this bill. I'm dealing with what I was handed. I certainly understand your concern, but I don't have the ability to deal with that.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes.
I think I've had enough, Mr. Speaker. Okay, one more.
One more?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm glad you said one more because Chair recognizes the majority leader of the House, Leader Burns, to your right for a question.
Gentleman yield.
I yield.
Mr. Chairman, it's always amazing to me when you, and I've heard it several times, and to be quite frank and honest about it, it's always amazing to me for your life experiences that you've been through and your career as a public servant in public safety in the situations that you have encountered. And is it not true, Mr. Chairman, that you've always treated everyone that you've encountered on the road or in this body, wherever the situation may be in leadership roles, with respect, and that's what you've demanded of the public safety officers that you've commanded over the years?
I like to think that. I had great hesitation when I was asked to run for this slot because I worked 20 years on the road in my hometown area, and I run into people every day who I gave citations to 50 years ago, and nobody likes it. Nobody likes to get a citation of any type. I mean, I've talked to psychologists. I've got a grandson that's a psychiatrist, and it's just inherent that, you don't like to be accused of something, and when it's open for discussion, like many of the things law enforcement officers do, they tell me they weren't guilty, but I gave them a ticket anyway, and our philosophy has always been if there's any doubt, let them go.
Gentleman, yield for another question.
Sure.
You've been thoroughly cross-examined from the legal perspective of about civil causes of action. But I would ask you, have you ever in your home on the property that you and your wife occupy and that your children and your grandchildren call home, has your safety there ever been threatened because of your public service with this house and from your public safety perspective?
I've been threatened both, and I think some of the people in leadership here know I had some anonymous phone calls last year about my life with regard to a bill that was in our committee that didn't come out, and then several times during my career I had people come to my house, and some of them had firearms and some of them were slightly intoxicated, and it's not an unusual circumstance for law enforcement officers to have that occur, particularly if you work in the local area where you reside and they know who you are.
Would you yield for one more question?
Certainly.
Mr. Chairman, isn't it true, and I use this catchphrase sometimes at home, that my public safety, my first responders run to danger while I run away? I think that's a very true statement in every sense of the word. But Mr. Chairman, isn't it true that these people that work, put their lives on the line to protect us, protect our safety every day, that they deserve the protections and the appreciation this body can offer to them, but this legislation simply offers them the protections to help prevent them from being harassed and intimidated as they do the jobs that they signed up for, and many times at very low return for their investment in us, protecting we as individuals and our communities. Is that not true, Mr. Chairman?
I think that's well stated, and to be honest, during my tenure on the State Patrol, we had 15 people killed in the line of duty. I knew every one of them. There were probably 40 or 50 more who were shot or stabbed. They tried to drown him in a ditch. If a soldier hadn't come by and knocked him off, probably would have killed him. It's a dangerous job. You never know when it's going to occur. And for the pay that they get, it just amazes me that, and I think we're about to see a real decline in people who want to be law enforcement officers. All of us are very, very aware of social standing and what goes on in the communities and what people think of you, and certainly everybody enjoys a certain amount of ego that they like for their neighbors and their friends to be appreciative of what they do. And when that stops, I think we're going to have a real difficult time attracting qualified people. And I've said many times, and it not only occurs in law enforcement, you get what you pay for. And if you don't have high standards and pay people sufficiently, you get what's left.
Thank you for your service to this state and the people of it, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to abandon the well, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate everybody who's sat here and listened to this. It's been a long endeavor for me, but I hope you'll see fit to vote for this bill, as I think it's very positive for our law enforcement community as well as the firemen and the others that many people don't think about many times. So, thank you.
Okay, we have some other members I think had parliamentary inquiries. Representative Jasmine Clark, did you wish to be recognized? What purpose do you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that qualified immunity precludes individuals or makes it more difficult for individuals to sue police officers, but that this bill would give the ability for police officers to sue those people?
Well, that gets into a long legal discussion. I would refer you to the leader of your caucus or to Chairman Fleming or Chairman Efstration, and I think they could probably share a lot of insight with you. What purpose does Representative, who's next? I can't see with the mask. Derek Jackson, Representative Jackson, what purpose do you rise?
Parliamentary.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, is it not true after 2 decades of serving in the military that I support and defend all citizens, to include first responders, police, peace, and fire department?
I believe that to be true.
One more inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not further true that this bill, House Bill 838, is not solving the problems that we are experiencing today with regards to social injustice? Is that not further true?
I think that's something that will address itself to each and every member's judgment. Thank you for the inquiry. Representative Dreyer, what purpose do you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr.
State your inquiry.
Looking at lines 69 through 72 of this legislation, is it not true that if an 18-year-old happens to key a car of someone who is a first responder, the prosecutor can send them to prosecute and send them to jail for 5 years, and that the data shows us that prosecution is going to be harder on African American citizens of Georgia than on white people, and much more likely to get sent to jail for a long time?
Again, I think that's something that addresses itself to the judgment of each and every member. Well, what purpose does Representative Walensky rise?
I waive, Speaker.
He waves off. What purpose does Representative Abel Mabel Thomas rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is it not true that in the current social unrest, and we are all in this together, where we are trying to find a balance between not just police brutality or police misconduct, but systemic and structural racism in America, that this bill has already been stated in terms, it's like a double qualified immunity, and it is very punitive, and it will actually cause more harm than good. Is that not true, Mr. Speaker?
I'm sure the lady believes that to be true.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
What purpose does Representative Wilkerson rise?
Is it not true I speak as not an attorney, but as a father? A father who has seen his son interact with police officers every day, but had to have a 30-minute conversation with him because of the social unrest we're dealing with. A father that is going to see a chamber with not one African-American vote for this bill, and we are pitting law enforcement against our citizens. I don't know what to say. I love this chamber. I love this body. But I've never been so disappointed in my life. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
What purpose does Representative Reeves rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, isn't it true that the vast majority of crimes that are accounted for in Title 16 and other titles in our code section require just general intent, but that this bill, with the inclusion in line 63 of the words maliciously and the term specific intent, has created a much higher burden for the state to prove intent, and that, from my experience, this higher burden will be the difference in some of the instances that have been brought up, such as generally keying a car, would separate those things from being what this bill is intended to cover with the words malicious and specific intent.
I'm sure the gentleman believes that to be true. That appears to be all of the parliamentary inquiries. We're going to be at ease for for a few minutes before we vote this bill. So I'm going to ask you to stretch your legs, take a restroom break if you need to. Stay close by. We'll ring the bell. But before these individuals, I have an unrelated matter I need to see up at the rostrum. Chairman Alan Powell, Chairman Trey Kelly, Chairman Shaw Blackman, Chairman Sharon Cooper, Chairman Barry Fleming, and Chairman Bill Hitchens. Okay, Mr. Clerk, if you want to ring the bell, we're going to start getting people back in. Okay, members will begin making their way back to their seats. Got a couple of announcements that we're going to do before we vote the chairman's motion. Chair recognizes Chairman Beverly for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Georgia House Democratic Caucus will have a quick meeting on Zoom as soon as we can. It will happen in the next 2 minutes. Mr. Speaker, the Georgia House Democratic Caucus needs to have a meeting on Zoom for the next several minutes. Please check in to the same meeting ID that you had this morning. Mr. Speaker, if you could give us a few minutes, we'd greatly appreciate that. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Chairman Hitchens for an announcement.
There will be a brief meeting of the Public Safety and Homeland Security Committee upon adjournment in 606 CLOB. It's a simple bill, shouldn't take 3 minutes.
What purpose does Chairman Fleming rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that Senate Bill 402 be moved from the Judiciary Non-Civil Committee to Judiciary. Both chairmen have agreed.
Chairman Fleming has moved that Senate Bill 402 be withdrawn from the Judiciary Non-Civil Committee and committed to the Judiciary Committee. The clerk will read the caption.
Senate Bill 402 to be titled an act to amend Article 1 of Chapter 6 of Title 17, Part 3 of Article 6 of Chapter 11 of Title 15, Chapter 10 of Title 16, Article 4 of Chapter 3 of Title 42, and Article 1 of Chapter 7 of Title 52 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated.
On the gentleman's motion, is there objection? Chair hears none, and it is so ordered. Do you have another motion? State your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that Senate Bill 289 be moved from Ways and Means to Judiciary. Both chairmen have agreed.
Chairman Fleming has moved that Senate Bill 289 be withdrawn from the Ways and Means Committee and committed to the Judiciary Committee. The clerk will read the caption.
Senate Bill 289 to be titled an act to amend Chapter 5 of Title 48, the Official Code of Georgia annotated, relating to ad valorem taxation of property.
On the gentleman's motion, Senate Bill 289 be withdrawn from the Ways and Means Committee and committed to the Judiciary Committee. Is there objection? Chair hears none, and it is so ordered. Okay, Mr. Clerk, ring the bell. All members will be in position to vote. All members be in position to vote. On the motion, of Chairman Hitchens that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 838, all those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines and call the roll.
Alexander, Anulowicz, Barr, Barton, Belton, Bennett, Bentley, Benton, Beverly, Blackman, Bodie, Bruce, Burns, Carpenter, Carson, Chokus, Clark H., Collins, Cooper, Corbett, Dempsey, Dickey, Dollar, Drenner, Dubnik, Efstration, England, Irwin, Fleming, Fry, Gaines, Gardner, Glanton, Gravely, Harrell, Hatchett, Hawkins, Hitchens, Holcomb, Holmes, Houston, Hughley, Jackson M., Jaspers, Jones J., Kelly, Kendrick, Knight, LaHood, LaRicchia, Lumsden, Martin, Mathiak, McCall, Morris G., Newton, Nix, Oliver, Parrish, Parsons, Petrie, Perkle, Powell, Reeves, Rhodes, Ridge, Ridley, Rutledge, Scoggins, Setzler, Silcox, Smith L., Smith R., Smith V., Smyrie, Stevens R., Tankersley, Tanner, Tarvin, Taylor, Thomas E., Trammell, Washburn, Watson, Welch, Werkheiser, Wiedauer, Williams A., Williamson, Yurda, Allen, Bazemore, Bernal, Cannon, Carter, Clark D., Clark J., Cook, Davis, Douglas, Dreyer, Donahue, Earhart, Evans, Frazier, Gilligan, Gertler, Henson, Hill, Hogan, Holland, Holly, Hobson, Howard, Hutchinson, Jackson D., Jones S., Jones T., Jones V., Couch, Kennard, Lopez Romero, Marin, McLean, McLaurin, McLeod, Meeks, Mitchell, Moore B., Moore C., Morris M., Nelson, Wen, Paris, Prince, Pullen, Robichaux, Saints, Schofield, Scott, Shannon, Sharper, Smith M., Stevens M., Stevenson, Thomas A.M., Turner, Walensky, Wilkerson, Williams, MF. Williams, N. Wilson. Beasley, Teague. Beasley, Teague.
No.
Bonner.
No.
Buckner.
No.
Burchett. Caldwell.
No.
Campbell.
Yes.
Cantrell.
No.
Dickerson.
No.
Dukes. Gamble.
Yes.
Gilliard. Gordon.
No.
Green. Gullett.
Yes. Yes.
Jones, JB.
No.
Kirby. Lott.
Yes.
Mathis.
Yes.
Metz.
Yes.
Momtahan.
No.
Park.
Yes.
Pruitt.
No.
Rogers. Momtahan.
Yes.
Park.
No.
Pruitt.
Yes.
Rogers. Singleton.
No.
Stovall.
No.
Williams, R.
Yes.
Belton. Bennett. Benton. Blackman. Cannon. Cooper. Dollar. Gaines. Gilliard. Gilligan. Harrell. Holcomb.
All members will look at the board and make sure that it is consistent with your vote. Clerk will lock the machines on the passage of House Bill 838. The ayes are 92, the nays are 74. This House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 838.
We're printing now.
Okay, we got one item of business remaining. The Georgia State Senate has just passed a hate crimes bill by a vote of 47-6. That bill has been immediately transmitted and is being printed, and we will be taking that up momentarily.
Let's find out if Crystal's got it.
Clerk will read the caption to a group of privilege resolutions.
Recognizing and honoring Dr. Joseph Hobbs. Honoring the life and memory of Dr. Joseph Bona. Honoring the life and memory, recognizing and commending Rob Cleveland for his outstanding public service. Recognizing and commending Elizabeth Landing upon the grand occasion of her retirement. Congratulating and commending Clarissa Jordan for receiving the 2020 Georgia Single Parent Legacy Builder Award in the Community Service category. Congratulating and commending Janae Clark for receiving the 2020 Georgia Single Parent Legacy Builder Award in its Art and Entertainment category. Congratulating and commending Antron Bowler for receiving the 2020 Single Parent Legacy Builder Award in the Education category. Congratulating and commending Janine Walker for receiving the 2020 Georgia Single Parent Legacy Builder Award in the Faith-Based category. Congratulating and commending Narissa Sims for receiving the 2020 Georgia Single Parent Legacy Builder Award in the Public Service category. Congratulating and commending Bianca Lassiter for receiving the 2020 Georgia Single Parent Legacy Builder Award in the Business category. Congratulating and commending Carissa Cook for receiving the 2020 Georgia Single Parent Legacy Builder Award in the Medical and Health category. For other purposes, that completes the reading of the privilege resolutions.
Is there any objection to the adoption of the privilege resolutions? The chair hears none, and the resolutions are adopted. While we're waiting on the printing to be completed, Chair wants to make mention of a couple of birthdays today. Not members, but great Georgians. Today is the birthday of United States Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas of Penn Point, Georgia. It is also the birthday of Administrative Assistant Kathy Little in the Speaker's office. I will pay for that when we get out of here. Okay, here's what we're going to do. House will come to order. Out back of the double doors into the chamber on the table is a copy of what you'll be voting on. Take a minute and go get one. Out back through the double doors in the gallery on tables are copies of the bill, and that's what you'll be voting on. And out back in room 341 on the table is a copy of the bill that you will be voting on. Take a couple of minutes and get one, and we will take up some business.
Probably okay to say this is the same thing the Senate passed out of rules last night because it says
And I will mention this is the same bill that the Senate passed out of their Rules Committee last night. The same bill. If you're going to have an announcement at the end of our business, I'm going to ask that you sign up now, because when we complete the next piece of legislation, we are going to adjourn today. It's almost lunch hour. Mr. Clerk, you want to ring the bell? The chair recognizes Chairman Chuck F. Strachan for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 426.
Chairman F. Strachan has moved that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 426. The clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 426 to be titled an act to amend Article 1, Chapter 10 of Title 17 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated, relating the procedure for sentencing and imposition of punishment so as to revise their criteria for imposition of punishment for crimes involving bias or prejudice.
Chair recognizes Chairman F. Strachan to explain the Senate substitute to House Bill 426.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a wonderful day, a historic day here in our state capital in the state of Georgia. As you've heard me discuss before, House Bill 426 is a momentous bill that addresses a gap that we've had in Georgia law since 2004. Georgia is one of only 4 states without a hate crimes law on the books. And as I go through the language that's incorporated here in the Senate bill, I think it's important to begin with the fact that Georgia's existing law was used as the framework for this bill, that the major issue with the existing law was a lack of specificity in the named protected classes. That's something that this body did in March of 2019 when we passed House Bill 426 and sent it over to the Senate. That bill has now come back, and the only addition to the classes is the class of sex, which you'll see here in the bill. That's one of the 3 changes that I'll point out for you. The second major change is in the applicability of the bill, how this works in the criminal court context. So someone who is charged with a crime, and that's important to note, you must be charged with an underlying criminal offense for this enhanced sentence to be available. That person must first be convicted of the underlying offense, and the Senate has specified that if it is a felony offense or one of 5 misdemeanors, that there is an enhanced penalty available, which you'll see here in the language in the statute. Now, this is important because there are certain crimes that are particularly heinous, and simply looking at the criminal offense, it doesn't reflect the true nature of the crime, which is not just an offense against the victim, but it very well may be an offense against a whole group of victims or an attack on all of society. And recognition of that within our law is incredibly important. House Bill 426, as amended, does also include an additional provision in Section 2. In Section 2, there is a data provision which was added into the bill, which would allow for the state to collect necessary data in order to better determine these types of offenses and the frequency with which they occur, they're investigated, the disposition and such. The House bill that left this body and went over to the Senate also had an enhanced penalty for a misdemeanor, not a high and aggravated misdemeanor. And that is removed from this Senate version of the bill. But if I just summarize for you the 3 changes, it's number 1, designating 5 specific misdemeanors, which will allow for enhanced penalties, removing the reduced misdemeanor treatment for one that isn't one of those 5s, adding sex to the protected classes, and the data component in Section 2. Now, this wouldn't have been possible without the great bipartisan cooperation that we had here in this body. The Dean of the House, who I was incredibly proud to work with, who's my friend and who has been with me throughout this. We've been together throughout this process. The chair of the Legislative Black Caucus, Representative Bennett. This incredible team that we've had, along with all of our co-sponsors, bipartisan co-sponsors, to see this measure through has made this possible today. But there's no doubt about it, we would not be here without our Speaker of the House, a great leader and a great man who's dedicated to justice and unity for the people of Georgia. So I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this. As the Speaker said, this bill just passed the state Senate with an overwhelming support, 47-6. It's time for this House to do again what we did in March of 2019, and this time to send an overwhelming vote, a strong message that there's no place for hate in Georgia. I urge your support of House Bill 426. Thank you.
What purpose does Representative Vernon Jones rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, isn't it true that this piece of legislation does not include in its protected class people who are assaulted as a result of a hate crime based on their party affiliation or their political ideology?
You are absolutely correct. It does not include that.
Isn't it further true, Mr. Speaker, that people are actually being attacked based on their party affiliation or their political ideology across this country?
Well, I'm not aware of people being attacked. I know that we have our disagreements and debates from time to time, and you know, I think we've had those for well over 2 centuries now, Representative.
Isn't it true, Mr. Speaker, that people have been assaulted by wearing a political cap in this country, physically assaulted?
I have not seen anybody be physically assaulted, but they could have been.
Final parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
Sure.
Isn't it true, Mr. Speaker, that I do have an amendment that would address people being attacked primarily because of their political persuasion, affiliation, or political ideology, and that myself, I've also received threats, among other things, from people just based on my freedom of expression, which is one of our Constitution, which is an amendment to our Constitution, freedom of expression, that if we don't address this now, we're going to come back to this body when someone gets hurt.
On the gentleman's motion that this House, what purpose does Representative Holly rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
It's not true, Mr. Speaker, that with the respect that I have for my colleague who just spoke, that in light of the deaths of people who were not able to be here, that maybe this is not the time to compare your tragedy because you are not their martyr. Is this true, sir?
I'm sure the gentleman believes that to be true.
Thank you.
On the gentleman's motion, what purpose does Chairman Setzler rise?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
State your inquiry.
Isn't it true that when we passed this bill last session in March, Section 2 is not a part of this bill, Mr. Speaker? Isn't that true?
What is that section? That is correct.
Isn't it further true, Mr. Speaker, that, and again, I appreciate the deliberation with which this body has taken things, but Section 2, just to be clear, it creates a circumstance where if it appears that a defendant might have been selected for one of these alleged hate crimes, it requires law enforcement to create a biased crime report where, and if there is evidence, it doesn't mean that they're convicted, doesn't say there's a preponderance of the evidence, but if evidence exists, this biased crime report is logged and is maintained. In fact, the only thing that requires this to happen, even if law enforcement does not see it happen, isn't it true, that any offense that's counted, an offense shall be counted for each incident reported to the police. So that under this bill, this is not what we passed before, this bill says that any incident reported to the police shall be a separate incident of a biased crime report. This is not, isn't it true, Mr. Speaker, debated in committee in this chamber? This was added on by the Senate, and the posture to take that out and to pass the clean hate crimes bill we contemplated earlier is to vote no on this and vote on a version that's more consistent with what the House passed before. Isn't it true?
Well, you know, this is a process, Mr. Chairman. It's a process that involves a little compromise. And I've seen very few measures go through here that were not the result of compromise because everybody brings different ideas to the table. What purpose does Representative Gertler rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that we should not be lowering and hiring the standard of justice based on immutable factors such as race, ethnicity, and gender?
If the gentleman believes that, I'm sure he thinks it's accurate. What purpose does Representative Frazier rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, isn't it true that Ahmaud Arbery's mother, Ms. Wanda Cooper Jones, is watching this session live as we speak, and she supports House Bill 426?
And I hope that she is watching it, Representative. Okay, on the gentleman's motion that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 426, all those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines and call the roll.
Alexander, Anulowitz, Barr, Barton, Belton, Bennett, Bentley, Benton, Beverly, Blackman, Bodie, Bruce, Burns, Carpenter, Carson, Chokus, Clark H., Collins, Cooper, Corbett, Dempsey, Dickey, Dollar, Drenner, Dubnik, Efstration, England, Irwin, Fleming, Fry, Gaines, Gardner, Glanton, Gravely, Harrell, Hatchett, Hawkins, Hitchens, Holcomb, Holmes, Houston, Hughley, Jackson M., Jaspers, Jones J., Kelly, Kendrick, Knight, LaHood, LaRicchia, Lumsden, Martin, Mathiak, McCall, Morris G., Newton, Nix, Oliver, Parrish, Parsons, Petrie, Perkel, Powell, Reeves, Rhodes, Rich, Ridley, Rutledge, Scoggins, Setzler, Silcox, Smith L., Smith R., Smith V., Smyrie, Stevens R., Tankersley, Tanner, Tarvin, Taylor, Thomas E., Trammell, Washburn, Watson, Welch, Werkheiser, Wiedauer, Williams A., Williamson, Yurda, Allen, Bazemore, Bernal, Cannon, Carter, Clark D., Clark J., Cook, Davis, Douglas, Dreyer, Donahue, Earhart, Evans, Frazier, Gilligan, Gertler, Henson, Hill, Hogan, Holland, Holly, Hobson, Howard, Hutchinson, Jackson D., Jones S., Jones T., Jones V., Couch, Kennard, Lopez Romero, Marin, McLean, McLaurin, McLeod, Meeks, Mitchell, Moore B., Moore C., Morris M., Nelson, Huen, Paris, Prince, Pullen, Robichaux, Saints, Schofield, Scott, Shannon, Sharper, Smith M, Stevens M, Stevenson, Thomas A.M., Turner, Walensky, Wilkerson, Williams M.F., Williams N., Wilson, Beasley Teague,
Yes.
Bonner,
No.
Buckner,
Yes.
Burchett, Caldwell,
No.
Campbell,
Yes.
Cantrell,
No.
Dickerson,
Yes.
Dukes,
Yes.
Gamble,
No.
Gilliard,
Yes.
Gordon,
Yes.
Green,
Yes.
Gullett,
No.
Jones J.B.,
Yes.
Kirby,
Yes.
Lott, Mathis,
No.
Metz,
Yes.
Momtahan,
No.
Park,
Yes.
Pruitt,
No.
Rogers, Singleton,
No.
Stovall,
Yes.
Williams R,
Yes.
Dollar, Dubnik, Earhart, Jones V, Lott, Thomas A.M., Rogers,
While you're taking a moment to look at the board and be sure it's accurate, you know, it occurred to me a day or so ago that there are very few times that members of a legislative body get called upon at a defining moment in our history, but this is a defining moment for Georgia. It's a moment where, in the midst of a global pandemic and widespread civil unrest, Georgia has stood strong for that which is right. I want to commend the Senate for joining with us in this effort. So many in this body have worked so hard to see this day get here. Two leaders deserve special tribute: Chairman Chuck F. Strachan and Dean Calvin Smyrie. I don't know that I've ever seen the kind of courage and strong leadership in shepherding this bill through the process for more than 470 days. And gentlemen, your work will leave an enduring legacy. This is a historic moment, and I am beyond proud that this House has acted in a bold, bipartisan manner so that today we can all stand together Today we have said that we will not be defined by a senseless act of evil and by the murder of Ahmaud Arbery, but that our Georgia is better than this. Mr. Clerk, you may lock the machines on the motion that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 426. The ayes are 127, the nays are 38. And this House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 426. Chair recognizes Representative Cannon for an announcement. We got a microphone up there. Representative Cannon for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to let all the members know Ray Shards Brooks's funeral just concluded a few minutes ago. I do have the program here with me. If you would like to see it or if you would like a copy of it, please come and see me. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Chairman Cooper for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There will be no Health and Human Services meeting today. No Health and Human Services meeting. Looks like we've had our last one, and I just want to say thanks to all my committee meeting members, to the best committee in the House. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Chairman Tim Barr for an announcement.
Good afternoon, y'all. We have a environmental subcommittee meeting in the morning, 8 o'clock, environmental subcommittee. We also have the fellowship meeting tomorrow in room 133. Room 133, 7:15 for the fellowship meeting in the morning.
Chair recognizes the Majority Caucus Whip, Chairman Kelly, for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your committee on the special access to the civil justice system will be meeting this afternoon. We're still working out the time, so pay attention to your emails. We'll be meeting 1:32. We're just working out some scheduling conflicts, but look forward to seeing everybody.
Senate Bill 318 will be postponed to the next legislative day. Senate Bill 337 will be postponed to the next legislative day. Senate Bill 340 will be postponed to the next legislative day. Senate Bill 394 will be postponed to the next legislative day. Senate Bill 446 will be postponed to the next legislative day. Senate Bill 482 will be postponed to the next legislative day. Senate Bill 28 will be postponed to the next legislative day. Senate Bill 367 will be postponed to the next legislative day. Senate Bill 426 will be postponed to the next legislative day. Senate Bill 445 will be postponed to the next legislative day. Senate Bill 473 will be postponed to the next legislative day. Senate Bill 477 will be postponed to the next legislative day. Senate Bill 410 will be postponed to the next legislative day. Chair recognizes Chairman Fleming for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The House Judiciary Committee will meet in room 132, 15 minutes upon adjournment. Let's make that 10 minutes upon adjournment, and very shortly. 132, House Judiciary Committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senate Bill 489 will be postponed to the next legislative day. The chair recognizes the majority leader of the House for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that this House stand adjourned until 10 a.m. Wednesday, June 24th, 2020.
The majority leader has moved that this House be adjourned until Wednesday, June 24th at 10 a.m. All those in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it. This House will be adjourned until Wednesday at 10 a.m.